Joel Williams, Joel.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Good morning. It is Friday, December 13th. We'll reopen the meeting of the Oregon Water Resources Commission. And we'll begin with agenda item D, Harney Basin groundwater update.
Sorry, just trying to get the screen shared here. All right. Good morning, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Tim Seymour. I'm the assistant manager for the groundwater section here at the Water Resources Department, and I'll let Jason introduce himself.
Good morning, Chair Clements, members of the commission. My name is Jason Spreet. I'm the East Region Manager over in Baker City. Switch the slides over.
Just that one right there, I think.
I hope. All right. So this morning, we're going to talk a little bit about the Harney Basin rulemaking, give the commission an update on progress from where we're at. So what we'll be going over is we'll do a little bit of background, and then Tim's going to talk a bit about the summary. He's going to make a summary of the groundwater model for the Harney Basin. We'll talk a little bit about modeling defined management scenarios and optimizing management scenarios. And then I'll come back with some key takeaways by each management element, and then we'll follow that up with next steps. I go the wrong way.
Nope. Keep going. There you go.
There we go. All right. So the Harney Basin, located in Southeast Oregon, part of the Great Basin. It is a closed basin for surface water. Surface water and groundwater generally flow toward the marshes and lakes in the Malheur Wildlife Refuge. So you can see Malheur and Harney Lakes there in the center of the basin. They receive pretty much all the surface water flow from the basin. There's a little bit of groundwater flow that goes out toward the Malheur Basin, but generally things flow toward the center of the basin. And unfortunately, it is one of the more severe areas of groundwater level decline across the state. So far we have had, since the last update to the commission, we've had 2 RAC meetings in which we've discussed multiple topics. We've talked about what success looks like, development of management scenarios, results of proposed management scenarios. And then we've gone through some optimization runs on those management scenarios to see, what exactly type of curtailment we're going to need to reach our goal. And then we've talked a little bit about serious water management problem areas, voluntary agreements, and we've developed a draft guidance on voluntary agreements that we will share with the commission most likely in March. And then we've talked some about the fiscal impact of the potential curtailment for the basin. We've also had discussion groups. We've partnered with Oregon Consensus to facilitate discussion groups to explore specific topics outside of the meetings, outside the RAC meetings and public meetings there in the basin. And these discussion groups have been really helpful in getting additional thoughts from the community and sharing information. Those discussion group topics, we developed some management scenarios to put before the RAC to consider. We talked some about fiscal impacts and how that impacts the basin, and then more about measuring success and what success looks like. We started talking about how we want to manage adaptive management, and also the serious water management problem areas have been discussed in those groups. So the current goal for the department's current position is that we need to achieve a minimum target water level of 0 decline, meaning that water levels don't show long-term declines. and water levels should exist in a dynamically stable range, meaning, we're going to see ups and downs in the water table, but we should not see a trend going downward. Some wells will, though, if we looking broadly across the basin, some wells will show declines, some will be stable, and some will show some recovery. And we think no individual wells should exceed a defined rate or magnitude of decline. So we're considering how we might handle extremes if we see wells that are dropping off more than we expect, by a large amount, or even recovering by a large amount. How do we handle those types of situations? So from that, I'll let Tim start talking a little bit about the model.
Thanks, Jason. So the Harney Basin groundwater model is essentially the culmination of about 6 years of collaborative effort with the U.S. Geological Survey. So OWRD partnered with the USGS, and on the left here are 2 reports. It's basically the underlying information, geology, hydrography, etc., that goes into the model, and the model report is then there on the right. So essentially, first 2 reports on the left form the basis for the second or the third report there. And I want to dive in a little bit to sort of explain what was built in this effort. So a groundwater model, I'm gonna walk us through the basics here of what the scientists did. And so you start with a hydrostratigraphic framework, which basically means what is the geology of the basin? What does it actually look like? And then we take essentially a uniform grid and break the basin up into cells. And in the Harney Basin model, and these cells could be different sizes depending on the model, but for this model specifically, grid cells are 2,000 feet wide by 2,000 feet long, and then their depth can vary. So the first 5 layers of the model each cell is 100 feet thick, and layers 6 through 10 vary in depth, but they're all larger than 100 feet. And so the model contains about 480,000 of these little cells. And once we've broken the basin up into these cells, we're then going to assign the hydraulic properties. And that's that third box on the top right there. And so basically what that says is we're going to define how water is stored and moves in that little box. We're then going to go and represent all of the different hydrologic features. So again, these features are described in the first 2 reports, and they include things like areas of recharge, where rain and snow melt are occurring, where stream infiltration is occurring, right? So as streams move across the basin, where are they discharging water into the groundwater system? And then we're also going to program in the discharge areas. So that's spring flow, stream flow, right? Where groundwater is contributing to streams. And also wells. So where can you pump water out of the groundwater system? And then at the end, you're left there with that bottom right box with essentially a complete model of the system. And so what you're able to do then is, using mathematical calculations, is predict how water is going to move through the grid cells from cell to cell over the entirety of the basin. And so essentially what we're able to do is simulate how the groundwater system has been working using the data we have collected over the past, we went all the way back to 1930 for this study. And then to be able to make changes in the future that we can then predict what's going to happen to groundwater levels. So one of the interesting pieces of information that we can put together is essentially a map that shows a variety of different pieces of information. This specific map is showing the water level rate of change. So this is, on the right-hand side, a color gradated scale with 0 being white, which means no change. So the water level in a cell that is white didn't change from the previous year. The darkest of red is -3 feet per year. So that means the water level in that cell is declining at 3 feet or potentially more per year. And the darkest of blue is a positive 3 feet. So that means the water level is increasing by 3 feet or more per year. And what you'll see here on this map is this is the Greater Harney Valley groundwater area of concern. We've sort of constrained it to that area. We didn't want to look at the full model extent, which is basically the entire basin. And this is the area of most pumping. And we can see around the outside edges, we've got these areas of blue, and that's where recharge is coming in. It's on the edges of the lowlands. Recharge is coming from the uplands down in, snowmelt, precipitation, stream infiltration. And then we can see where the pumping impacts have caused groundwater levels of decline. That darkest red spot there in the middle, sort of to the left, is the Weaver Springs area, which we've talked about previously. The upper right dark area of red is, sort of the Crane area, the Lawn area, the north, East Harney Basin area. And then we can see we have broad areas of, decline occurring across the basin that are at, rates a little bit below, 1 foot per year. So this is from the start of the simulation. So this is essentially like what water levels are doing today depicted within the model. And so you can see like this highlights our problem. This is what we're trying to solve through this process. So that's the summary of the Harney Basin groundwater model and how we can use it. So next I want to talk about modeling defined management scenarios. So as Jason talked about, we've been working with discussion groups and then with the RAC to define these management scenarios. And in order to run the model, a management scenario is going to need to define where pumping is going to occur, how much pumping is going to occur, and when pumping will occur. And so we're holding all the other variables like recharge steady so that we can see what pumping impacts do to the basin and to water levels throughout. So a couple of terms I want to make sure we're all on the same page about is the first one is PTW, permissible total withdrawal. This is the rule definition or term for the amount of water that will be allowed to be pumped within an area. And so when we talk about setting the PTW, that is what would be set in rule, and that's going to set the limit for how much water can be pumped within a geographic area. And then the second thing I want to make clear is that all of our scenarios that we've discussed with the RAC and that we have modeled and that we're going to present are based on 2018 baseline pumpage. So the study stopped collecting or stopped estimating water use in 2018, and that's what the model was the last year of the model was calibrated to. So we estimated water use for many years prior as well and included that in the calibration of the model. But the 2018 pumpage is what we use as the baseline when we talk about what the percentage of curtailment or reduction would be. And 2018 has also proven to be one of the highest water use years for groundwater. 2017 was a little bit higher. When I say a little bit, I mean, it was a couple hundred acre feet as I remember it. So it's not a substantial amount. It was less than a percentage difference. So as I said, we worked with the discussion groups and then with the RAC, and we defined some management scenarios. We named them A through E, and scenarios A and E were proposed solely by the department and then informed by RAC input. Scenario A was focused on targeted reductions immediately using 15 subareas, and we'll talk about the maps here in a minute. Scenarios B, C, and D were proposed solely by the discussion groups, and then eventually the RAC approved them. And the department helped inform and answer questions, but at the end of the day, the RAC is really responsible for scenarios B, C, and D. And they tried to balance different objectives from our perspective. That's what they were doing. So the first, scenario B was balanced reductions phased in over 30 years. So they wanted to see what does it look like to give to reduce usage across the basin in a more uniform manner than scenario A, and what does it look like to give, let's call it an economic glide path or a glide path to curtailment and reductions. Then scenarios C and D focused more on minimizing the impacts to the ecosystem and exempt uses while also giving some of that, phase in. And then in scenario D, the key change that they made that's different from scenarios B and C is that all of the curtailment is implemented in the first year in scenario D. So they changed the timeline by which we implement reductions. And then scenario E was sort of an edge case that the department proposed, which was essentially reducing back to 1990 pumpage. And the reason we chose 1990 is because we've shown in the past the Weaver Springs hydrograph, and we've seen how it's basically stable and then all of a sudden it begins to decline. And that inflection point where that decline started was about 1990. So we wanted to see what would it mean to take the basin back to that point where, at least in that Weaver Springs area, it was stable. So here's maps. It's really hard to see. I know it's small, but we've got 3 maps there. On the left is scenario A's map. There's 15 subareas. In the middle is scenarios B, C, and D's map, where the RAC combined subareas into 6 larger subareas. So they took the 15, combined things, and they made one key change, and that was in the Poison Creek, Rattlesnake Creek area. It's in pink up near the top of the map. They asked us to split that one based on essentially the maximum distance that surface water makes it across that region. And then where surface water no longer is able to travel, draw our line there. And so we did that. We used NDVI data to understand just how far surface water was making it based on how green the satellite imagery was. And we divided it that way. And then for scenario E, we removed all subareas and just focused on the give GAC. And so the idea being, like, what does it look like to manage the entire basin as a whole and to take it back to 1990? So that was the where. Here's the how much. So in the 5 different scenarios here, the total percentage reduction from 2018 basin-wide varied, and it varied between 19% and 59%. So going back to 1990's pumpage is a 59% reduction from today's estimated use, or from 2018's estimated use, excuse me. And then on the left here, we have a graph that shows us the implementation of those reductions. So on the left-hand axis there, you've got the amount of pumping that is occurring in each year. And on the right-hand axis, you have the percentage of reduction from 2018 pumpage. So essentially you can see how that pumpage is being allocated. And in scenarios A, D, and E, we implemented reductions immediately. So you can see pumpage was at 130,000, 135,000 acre feet. And in 2030, which was the start of our simulation, we immediately reduced pumping down to the value we were going to reduce to. And in scenarios B and C, where phased reductions were done, we linearly reduced pumping over a 30-year period. And you can see there that over 30 years, we get down to the maximum amount of reduction in about the year 2060. So this shows the how much and the when. So our goal is to target water level trend of 0 decline. So the first thing we asked ourselves after running these model runs was, did we achieve the goal? And key takeaway is that only scenario E of these defined management scenarios achieved success in all subareas. Some achieved success in many subareas, but not all. So what did we learn from this, right? Because this is supposed to be a learning exercise. We're trying to identify what is the best way to manage the basin, what is the right amount to curtail to achieve our goal and minimize impacts on the local community and water users. The first thing we learned is that the proposed PTWs, so the amount we were going to allow to pump, or the amount of curtailment we had imposed, you could say it both ways, wasn't enough cut in order to achieve our goal. We also learned that the proposed cut in scenario E was probably too much. We saw water levels recovering rapidly in some areas in that area, in that model run, and we didn't feel that matched with our stated goal of stabilizing and not recovering. And then the other thing we learned is that we need an optimized approach for defining how much curtailment we should implement, because otherwise, we're going to have to keep essentially adjusting and rerunning the model over and over manually to try to figure out what the right amount of pumping is to achieve our goal. So some other things we learned is are related to the different management elements that can be adjusted within the model, right? So we'll call them knobs and dials, or however you want to talk about it. But what we learned about some of those management elements is that the timeline to achieve success is directly impacted by the amount of curtailment that you impose and the timeline for phasing in those reductions, right? So the faster you cut or the shorter timeline for phasing in those reductions, the higher final water levels in the basin, right? So you're going to achieve the goal quicker and you're going to have higher final water levels because you're imposing curtailment more quickly. And then shorter timelines for phasing in reductions are going to stabilize natural discharge sooner as well. So natural discharge is groundwater moving towards springs, streams, and then those groundwater dependent ecosystems that actually use groundwater. So we're going to be able to stabilize quicker with shorter timelines for phasing in reductions. So that's what we learned from the defined management scenarios. As I said, we learned that we really need to optimize this process. So our staff, Ben Scandella specifically, spent a lot of time coding and designing a piece of software to try and optimize the model. So how does optimization work? Well, so the goal is to maximize pumping, or PTW, so the amount of water that can be extracted in a year, while requiring we achieve our goal of stability. To do that, he creates a piece of software, and that software then can take some specific parameters. And those parameters are, you have to set what your timeline for achieving success is, right? So you need to tell the software, when do we want to succeed, right? When do we want to reach stable groundwater levels? And then you specify your timeline for phasing in reductions. So how long do we want to take, or how long do we want to spread out the curtailment? And then what's your success metric? So success metric is, how do we evaluate for success, right? When did we achieve the goal of stable groundwater levels? And so in the rest of our presentation, as I talk about optimization, we used a timeline for achieving success of 30 years. We used a timeline for phasing in reductions of 10 years. And we set the success metric as a median, or a 50th percentile. So basically that means that we have achieved success if half the wells are stable or positive in water level trend, and half the wells are negative. So you can have some declines, you can have some recovery, and you can have some stability. But at the end of the day, the median is going to be essentially 0. And so we then took that and we ran the optimization software, and it iteratively runs the model, choosing new PTW values for the different subareas until it has identified success in all the subareas based on the parameters we set. So here's a graph that essentially shows the decision making that the software did. And so on the left hand, on the x-axis down there at the bottom, we've got PTW. So that's the amount of acre feet in thousands of acre feet that can be pumped within this subarea, and that the model is going to impose as a limit for pumping. On the left-hand side, we've got the water level rate of change. And so that's basically, negative means we're declining, positive means we're recovering, and 0 means we're stable. And this is evaluated based on the median. So each dot there is then color gradiated to show the iteration. And we can see that the model started out and chose for this particular subarea that it wanted to impose just shy of 30,000 acre feet of pumping. And it ran that, and what it found is that the subarea's water level rate of change was then positive. So it said, well, that's not success, that was too much. I'm going to try again. And it ran, and this time it chose 50,000 acre feet of pumping. And there it found that the decline rate was minus 0.4 feet per year. So again, no success. It then tried 20,000 acre feet, right? And it bounces back and forth, and it eventually comes to that middle point where the X is on the graph there, and the median is 0, and the PTW is about 35,000 acre feet. And so we know that this is the amount of pumping that can occur with these parameters and achieve success. And so we're able to essentially identify the maximum amount of pumpage that we can allow and achieve our goal in 30 years. So as I said, the goal was a target water level trend of 0 decline. Did we achieve the goal with these optimizations? Well, yes, by definition, optimization is going to achieve the goal. It has to. Otherwise, it didn't do its job. So what did we learn? Some key takeaways were that optimization reduces overall curtailment. By optimizing, we're able to spread out reductions across the basin in the most effective manner so that we're actually able to achieve more pumping overall while still achieving the goal. We also learned that using a more stringent success metric increases curtailment amounts, and it also results in higher final water levels. So if instead of a median, we were to use an 80th percentile, right? So 80% of wells have to be 0 or positive, then that's going to require more curtailment to achieve that goal. But also, because you've implemented more curtailment, your final water levels, when things are stable, are going to be higher across the area. And then the last thing we learned here was that using more sub areas can reduce overall curtailment as well. And I'm going to present a graph here that tries to help illustrate this point. So we ran the optimization not just once and not just twice, but we ran it across 3 different sets of sub-area boundaries, right? The 3 maps I presented at the beginning. And then we also tested it for a success metric of 50th percentile or median, 80th percentile, and 90th percentile for all but the GIVGAC scenario. The GIVGAC scenario, where you're basin-wide and requiring a 90th percentile, we didn't have time to get to that one yet. So again, this is ongoing work. We're moving as quickly as we can, but we have this information and we're using it to try to help make decisions. And what you can see here is that the green triangles are a success metric of 50% of wells are stable, essentially. And when we use one area for management, the percent of reduction has to be somewhere over a little over 30%. When you use 6 sub areas and you're using that same success metric, the percent of reduction only has to be about 28 or 29%. And when you're using 15 sub areas, the amount of reduction that is required to achieve stability with those same parameters is just a little bit less than with the 6 sub areas. Now, when we increase the success metric, and we're looking at that gold star there, we can now see that there's a pretty substantial gap in between the median and the 80th percentile for each set of sub areas, which tells us, as I said before, that a more stringent success metric requires more curtailment or less pumping. But then we can also compare what that does across the different sub areas. And we can see that the gaps or the amount of additional curtailment necessary increases as you decrease the number of sub areas, or said the exact opposite way. As you increase the number of sub areas, you can actually decrease the amount of curtailment you have to do. So the 15 WRD sub areas, depending on the success metric, may actually be more successful with less curtailment than a 6 sub area or a 1 sub area approach. So that's what we're learning from the optimization. Another thing that I had stated was that a more stringent success metric results in higher final water levels or less decline overall. So here we're showing a map similar to what I showed earlier, but this time we're not looking at water level rates of change. We're looking at absolute water levels and the difference between absolute water levels. So in this scale, again, 0 is white, red is negative, blue is positive. And what we're comparing is a 50% success metric with an 80% success metric. And so if imposing an 80% success metric, water levels where they are blue here means that the 80% success metric resulted in a higher final water level than the 50% success metric. And you can see that in some of those areas, the darkest of blue there is 30 plus feet. And so depending on that success metric that we choose, we could have substantial impacts on the final water level in specific areas. Broadly across the basin, it isn't as much. We can see that that color scale there is, it's a very light blue color across much of the basin. And so the difference between the 50 and 80% success metric is really focused in a key area, and that's that Weaver Springs area. And here on these two maps, I just want to make clear that we're pointing out that the left map is after 30 years. So the simulation is run for 30 years. And then on the right map, it's what water levels would look like after 60 years. So that's 60 years into the simulation. So over the course of 60 years, right, we're talking in the Weaver Springs area, 30-ish feet of water level difference. So another piece of information I want to present that I think help us understand what optimization is doing and what we're trying to achieve with it is by comparing the 15 subarea scenario A approach, where we specified we're going to focus curtailment in 6 subareas, with what the optimization software identified as the appropriate way to distribute pumpage reductions across the basin. And so in the first column of this table, you've got the name of the subarea. In the second column, we've got scenario A. So this is the percentage reduction implemented in scenario A's management scenario. The third column is the optimized amount of reduction by subarea. And then in the final column on the right, we've got the difference. And you can see that in the Weaver Springs subarea, we had proposed in our defined management scenario a cut of 74%. And the model found that only 35% was necessary. And that's a pretty substantial difference, 38%. But in all other areas, or almost all other subareas, the difference is positive. So essentially what the optimization software did was it identified that Weaver Springs didn't need as much of a cut, but we were going to need to spread out the cuts across the basin more equally. And so some areas, when we compare this map, say Upper Silver Creek or the Lower Blitzen and the Voltage, see substantially different amounts of curtailment. I mean, we had proposed essentially 0 curtailment in those areas, and the model is, telling us that we need a 36 or a 31% curtailment in those areas in order to achieve our goal. And so that's substantially different, and this helps us understand overall how it's distributing the pumpage. The last thing to look at is that bottom row in that table, and that's the total for all of the subareas. So scenario A, we had proposed 20% reductions, or pretty close to that. There's some rounding issues here, but 20% didn't achieve our goal. But with a 28% reduction using 15 subareas, we're able to achieve success on that timeline of 30 years. And that's an 8% increase in reduction. But we also didn't have to spend a lot of time figuring out what that right number is and adjusting all those values manually. So that was the key benefit of the optimization there. So some key takeaways by management element. So in the staff report, I tried to lay things out by these essentially 5 management elements. And the first one is spatial extent. So how the basin is divided for management is going to have impacts on our ability to target curtailment, the amount of curtailment that's required, the spatial variability that is going to exist in water level trends, right? So as you have more subareas, you can group wells together that track together better, and you're able to reduce the amount of variability within a subarea. But there's also some potential conflicts with the doctrine of prior appropriation. So having more subareas, as I said, means we're better able to target that curtailment. We're able to directionalize, right, and put the right amount of pumping in those smaller areas. We're going to need less total curtailment to achieve success, and we're going to have less spatial variability in trends. So we've got, like I said, more smaller groups of wells. But more boundaries means more potential conflicts with prior appropriation. There are more opportunities for a junior on one side of a line to get to pump, while a senior on the other side, or more senior on the other side of the line, is cut off. And with more subareas, there's potentially less flexibility for voluntary agreements, or I guess you could say it a different way, there's less potential participants in a voluntary agreement if we're limiting voluntary agreements to within a subarea. So that was spatial extent, how we divide the basin. The success metrics, I've spent a lot of time talking about already, and I just redefined them here. The median, we talked about a median plus, right? So saying the median has to be stable, but there also can be no outlier beyond some threshold, right? 2 feet of decline or something like that per year. And then 80th percentile is another option we've discussed with the RAC. And as I said before, that's where 80% of the wells are showing 0 decline or a positive trend, and 20% could still be declining. And as I said, a more stringent success metric results in more curtailment and higher final water levels in the basin. So the more stringent we are, the higher the final water level in the basin is, but also the more curtailment that will have to be imposed. When we talk about the timeline for achieving success, a longer timeline for success results in higher PTW, so less curtailment, lower final water levels in the basin, so more decline, and more reductions in natural discharge, but it also provides us more opportunity for adaptive management. So if we say that we need success in 30 years, we'll have 30 years in which we can adapt and make changes as we learn and as curtailment's implemented. If we set a much shorter timeline, say 5 years, you don't have very much time to make changes, identify the trends that are, occurring, and then adapt. It's just not feasible. So that timeline for achieving success is really important for these things. The timeline for phasing in reductions, a longer timeline is going to mean a longer economic adjustment period, right? So the slower that we implement curtailment, the more time people will have to see the curtailment coming and to be able to adjust their business practices and make economic decisions. It also provides more opportunity for adaptive management. So the slower we're moving with curtailment, the longer it takes us to implement it, the more opportunities we have to say either this isn't enough or this is too much, and make changes and adapt to the current conditions. And then that longer timeline for phasing in reductions, as I said, is going to result in lower final water levels in the basin, so more decline, and more reductions in natural discharge. So again, there are positives and negatives to each decision we make. And then the last management element that we've sort of skirted around and haven't addressed directly is adaptive management. And this is going to be an ongoing conversation with the RAC in future meetings. And we're going to start really by trying to define this term so that we're all on the same page and it means the same thing to everyone as we're talking about it. And we grabbed this definition from Halling, and then Borman used it as well. But adaptive management is a systematic and iterative approach for improving resource management by emphasizing learning from management outcomes. So basically, what we're trying to do is balance certainty and adaptability, right? So on one side is certainty. We've set out, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it. This is the regulation that is coming. That gives people certainty. Adaptability on the other side is, hey, we're going to respond to how conditions change, and we're going to make decisions that way. But if we do that, that takes away certainty. So we have a spectrum with certainty on one side and adaptability on the other. And so what we're trying to do is balance certainty with adaptability. And there's some ways, or there's some pieces that affect that, right? So how often we modify curtailment affects certainty versus adaptability. How strong our adaptation is, right? So how much do we change curtailment based on conditions also affects that certainty versus adaptability. If we have said, we're only going to curtail this much in this year, and then we change that by double, that's very different than if we increase it by, say, 20%, right? It's a very different certainty versus adaptability outcome there. And then again, the timeline for achieving full implementation. So we could adapt by, extending our timeline or shortening our timeline in this process. But again, that modifies your certainty adaptability balance. And then, as I said, here we've got more adaptability and less certainty with modifying more curtailment, modifying curtailment more often, right? So it's essentially everything I talked through there. Larger magnitudes of change are going to result in more adaptability, and more drastic changes to timeline result in more adaptability. But again, less certainty. So that's what we've been thinking through, and how we've been trying to frame what we've learned from the model. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Jason to talk about next steps.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Excuse me. So future topics that we're going to be planning to discuss with the RAC is, some of what Tim talked about. What's a reasonable time frame for achieving our goal, and our, which is again the target level trend of zero decline. And then we want to talk about how pumpage reduction should be phased in to allow time for economic adjustment in the basin, and how long that phase-in period should be. And we want to discuss, the economic impact of those reductions with the community in the RAC. And then what size the sub areas should be. What size sub areas should we go with? The smaller 15. Should we go with 6, or even, the entire GIVGAC as one? So we want to discuss that further with RAC. And then what that success metric that we want to use, whether it's the median plus 80th percentile, 90th percentile, we need to define how we want to do that. And so we can define success through that decision. And then, we want to discuss further, what do we want to accept as far as natural discharge, groundwater storage, the impact of domestic wells, GDEs, and the economy, and how do we want to consider that while we're optimizing our scenarios. So there's still a ton of information to get through. Thanks. And then, so for the commission, future decisions for this commission are going to be, we plan to have these rules in front of the commission in December of 2025. And as well, as I said before, the guidance for voluntary agreements, we have the document that's in progress. We're looking for comments from the RAC, right now. And then we think in the future, we'll need rulemaking on that topic as well. So some of the considerations the commission is going to need to think about as they're making these decisions is, the PTW and how, voluntary agreements fit into that over time. If voluntary agreements come before the commission, how does that impact the total PTW and the management of the basin? And then, again, the timelines for reaching the goal of zero decline, and the timelines for curtailment, how often or how quickly we're going to curtail in the basin to achieve that goal. And obviously other impacts, again, like domestic wells, spring flow, groundwater dependent ecosystems, economy, things like that, as the commission makes those decisions. That is what we have for you, and happy to take any questions.
Great presentation. Thank you. I'm sure there will be comments and questions from the commission. Please remember to use your microphone so people online can hear us as well.
I have a question. Thank you for that presentation. Really good work. Feels really solid. The team working with USGS and using this model. This is the first time we've used this approach for any areas throughout Oregon.
So, Chair Quimps, Commissioner Smitherman, to my knowledge, the department has not used a groundwater model in this method, or to this extent in a rulemaking effort in a critical groundwater area. Remember also that the critical area statutes changed back in the 90s, and no critical area has been designated under the new process. So we're sort of in uncharted territory.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
However, I will say I feel really confident in this method, and I think we're making great strides in communicating with the community what we're trying to do and what the impacts of different decisions will be.
Great. Now we're talking about the 10 years phasing in reductions. How do you see that working exactly when you're phasing in? If you have a 28% reduction that you're looking for, that's your goal. You start out with 28%, or you end up getting to 28% by the time 10 years is up?
Yeah, so in that first chart where we had the linear decrease, and I could
Mhm.
probably get back to it pretty quickly. So the goal here on the right-hand side, we've got the total amount of curtailment, right? So in scenario B, it was 22%, and that's that orange line there. And over 30 years, in this scenario is how we presented it, but over 30 years, we reduced down to that value. So you're not curtailing in year one that much. You're
Right.
curtailing a couple percentage points or less actually, because it's only 28%,
Mhm.
right? So it's like a 1% curtailment. And then you're
Phased
slowly
out.
increasing the quantity of curtailment to get to the eventual, 28% or whatever. So,
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
yeah.
Commissioner Lee?
Are there some studies being conducted about what the economic impacts are of the various modeling scenarios?
You want to take that?
Sure. Chair Quimps, Commissioner Lee, there are some studies through Eco Northwest that the department has through Oregon Consensus consulted with them, and they are working on an economic impact report for the basin. Yes.
Oh, that'll be great. Look forward to seeing that.
Commissioner Wolf?
You stated that you had a high level of confidence in this model. What would you say your perception of the RAC's level of confidence in this model is? And maybe also the biggest concern you're still hearing from the RAC as you're moving forward?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Quimps, Commissioner Wolf. It depends on who you talk to on the RAC, what their level of confidence is. We have a wide variety of opinions, and we have at least one member who has been very vocal in saying that essentially all models are wrong. They get it wrong all the time. So you shouldn't really trust it. And on the other side, we have people who are very encouraged by the modeling and the information we're able to learn about it. When I say I'm confident in its abilities, I want to clarify and say that I am confident that it is presenting us with the information we need to understand the kinds of trends and changes that are happening. At no point am I going to say, in this cell, in this model, this is what's going to happen. Like, we're not there. We don't have that kind of tool set. But I am confident to say that if we make these changes, right, if we set our success metric at 50% instead of 80%, this is what the outcome is going to be. And we'll need to be able to adapt as we move forward. You asked what the number one topic is. I'd be interested in hearing Jason's opinion on this. But from my perspective, it has been adaptive management. How do we, yes, let's set out this path to get to success, and let's set up the rules to make that happen. But what do we do when we're wrong, right? And there's this assumption that we're not going to be 100% accurate. There is going to be mistakes made. Like, we're going to curtail too much in some places, or maybe not enough in some places. Who knows? We'll find out as we move forward. But what they want is a clear and transparent way in which we can make changes over time and ensure that we achieve the goal without curtailing too much. I think that's what I've heard. Jason?
Chair Quimps, members of the commission, I agree with what Tim has said about right now anyway, the topic that's hot with the RAC has been adaptive management. We've been talking a lot through that, both internally and with members of the RAC. Prior to that, we talked a lot about the sub-area boundaries. That was a very big topic as well that we discussed with the RAC, and we're still working on going through those, obviously, but yeah, it's definitely shifted over, more toward adaptive management and the economic impact to the basin. So.
Commissioner Newman?
Thank you for the presentation. That was really interesting, and it's very exciting, I think. A couple questions. One is, do you have a handle on how many domestic wells there are in the basin? and how that plays into this whole scenario?
Chair Quimps, Commissioner Newman, domestic wells are always a challenge because of the history of well reports in Oregon. And wells drilled prior to 1955 weren't required to have a well report filed. And many of these wells have been around for that long or longer easily. So we don't have really good data on that. We do have data. We have that kind of information. We've been working to compile that to analyze that in these modeling runs. And actually I saw a spreadsheet yesterday that was starting to actually quantify what the potential impacts under different management scenarios are. And so that's something that we're going to be bringing to the RAC and then this commission as we talk about what the best management scenarios are.
That's great. My other question is maybe just a comment. I'm interested that the adaptive management is the most kind of hot topic with the RAC right now, because as you pointed out, the optimization pushes towards more sub areas to fine tune the reductions, and that's really interesting to be able to do it that way. It does pit sub areas against each other, and I'm just wondering, do you think that that's something that people are beginning to understand is just reality because of the way the groundwater works, or do you feel like that's going to could blow up at some point in terms of a challenge to the whole set of rules, because it has disparate impacts based on location as opposed to seniority?
Chair Quimps, Commissioner Newman, that's a really great question. And I'm going to take a moment to think about it. First and foremost, we haven't made any decisions about boundaries or what we believe is the best set of boundaries. We're still optimizing using all three sets of maps, the full GIVGAC, the 6 sub areas, and the 15 sub areas, because we're still trying to learn what we can learn from this model. In the initial optimization scenario, which I can probably pull back up pretty quickly, you can see that between 6 and 15 in that green triangle, there's not much difference. And if we're talking about truly adaptive management, from our perspective, I don't know that the amount of curtailment is what's going to decide whether we use 15 or 6 sub areas. I think there'll be other considerations that are going to factor into that decision making, such as how much conflict is this going to make in the basin? How much additional administrative burden is it going to have to, have 9 additional sub areas? What does that mean for the possibility for voluntary action and voluntary agreements? And I think those are all going to need to be considered as we try to pick out as we move forward towards finalizing a map and dividing the basin for administration. So.
It's really helpful. Thank you.
I want to thank you for the presentation. I think it's very well done. I know you're dealing with very complex processes and modeling, and the graphics and the presentation take very complex issues and make them fairly intuitive. I mean, very well done. Thank you. I have a question about the adaptive management. I appreciate you formally defining it, and because a lot of people talk about it and they refer to it and say we're going to use adaptive management, but adaptive management really probably should be pretty formal. And if you look at, there's a great paper on lessons learned from adaptive management in the Florida Everglades, where they were looking at different water management scenarios. And then there's adaptive management program for the Glen Canyon Dam. And in those, they actually have legislated authority to do the program and the funding to run it. And then you establish both an organization and a process to formally learn from your management scenarios and feed back into the management. And I think in a case like this, for building community trust, and that might be an approach for the department to consider. And I would encourage you to look at those examples.
Thank you. Yeah.
Commissioner Mull.
So I assume we have public comment on this today?
We do.
Yeah. So maybe I'll just a couple of questions relative to the model, and some of the others I'll wait till after the public comment. I'm just curious, this is great. This is like being back in school or being in school for the first time. Two things. In the modeling runs that you all did, you talked about keeping variables stable, and what'd you do with precip in these scenarios, and how sensitive is the model to drought years, wet years, that sort of thing? Does it vary across does the geography, the response change?
Chair Quims, Commissioner Mole, for precipitation in the model, the USGS report that ran the model out through 2100 held precipitation stable based on the average historic precipitation. And I want to say the years were like 1980 something through 20 something. So it was like 30 or 40 years of precipitation data averaged. That is another place we are investigating, is how are wet or dry years going to affect outcomes, and how far does that potentially move our model away from reality? So we are looking at comparing essentially the modeled scenarios from 2018 to 2024. Like, we know essentially like what has occurred in that time period. And so we want to compare our actual real world measurements with the modeled the simulated like water level trends across these areas, and start to understand, is the model on track with average precipitation, or are we off? And if we're off, what if we then include actual precipitation and add that into the model and change the recharge values? Can we get it to line up better? And so that's work that's ongoing. Absolutely. But it's a great question.
Just request that in your ongoing updates to the commission that you bring us up to date on that particular thing, because I think that's going to affect all kinds of things.
Yep.
My second question is, did you all model the CREP program? Did you do any simulations that said, assuming the CREP program starts in 2027, 6, whenever, how geographically, I mean, I don't even know at this point if we know how it might play out geographically or not. But anyway, did you all model that at all as a variable?
So all of the work we have focused on is setting an amount of pumpage that can occur within an area. How we get to that value is going to vary depending on whether people take the CREP program or take a voluntary agreement path or are regulated. And so from a modeling standpoint, all we were looking at is, if we pump this much, this is what happens. And so we're not looking at how we get to that number. We were looking at, if it is that number, what happens? So modeling the CREP program, until we have more specific data about these water rights are going to be canceled and taken off the books and no longer pumped, until we have that information, we just can't. We don't have the ability to do that.
Maybe my question should have been, my memory was that the CREP program was going to target, if it achieves everything, 20,000 acre feet, right? So what's 20,000 acre feet relative to the 59% decline or the 28% decline or anything like that? How big a bite is the CREP program how big a step towards achieving these goals is the CREP program going to give us relative to the model's outputs?
So just a rough calculation based on our estimated use currently, and a 20,000 acre feet is about 15% reduction in usage.
Hooray.
So
That's great news.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Chair Quiz, Commissioner Mole, actually the CREP program is 20,000 acres and 50,000 acre feet. Potentially. And we will be starting that program. It's actually open for participation as of January 1st, 2025. So we have some folks that are interested in it. We don't have, solid commitments quite yet, but folks can start participating in that program in January. So we expect to see a fairly decent, year for 2025 in the CREP program down there.
That's cool as hell. I just have to say that I think that what you all are doing is a great sort of truth check of what the directors suggested for the IWRS, you are very much stopping things from getting worse, bucket one. Things like the CREP program are improving the tools we have, or optimization, bucket two. And then just the approach is helping communicate, helping communities prepare and adapt. So again, hats off to you guys for really bringing those things together. So thank you.
I think I want to make a comment. I'll go to another advantage of a formal adaptive management program, I think, would be to over time begin to phase in climate change scenarios. If you looked at, downscaling regional climate projections, like a 30-year outlook is great and it's pretty tractable for most people. But if you look out 80 years and different scenarios, where there's potentially less precipitation or more evapotranspiration or evaporation, that means different things for how much water can be pumped. So it would be a lot, I think, to throw at somebody right now when you've already done this, but a program could start looking at that and phasing that work in over time. So
I was thinking something similar as we were talking about precipitation, because it's going to vary. We are not certain on what's going to happen year to year. And so that's where the adaptive management comes into play. I also think this is a wonderful model, and this is a great start, and we can continue to use a model like this for other situations within the state. And my question is, if we're in one of the sub areas, say one of the 15 sub areas, and we're going to require these reductions over a 10-year period, is that fair across the board to senior users and junior users? Will everyone have to reduce at the same amount, or is that where those voluntary agreements come into play to get the senior users to also participate in that curtailment?
Chair Quimps, Commissioner Smitherman, the way we are planning to curtail would be by priority date in each particular sub area. But voluntary agreements can change that much, like a rotation. It can, if you get enough people in there with enough senior water rights, and they are entitled to a certain percentage of that PTW for that sub area, they share that around amongst each other, and it's basically spread that water to more people than they would otherwise if we were just to strictly curtail by priority dates.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say we have 2 public commenters so far signed up for this, so I want to leave some time for that. If commissioners have any other questions or comments at this point.
Great work on the modeling. I think doing this kind of science-based, here's the inputs, here's how it works, this is what can kind of show what is potentially happening. I think that's a great thing, and it's helpful that, people in the Harney Valley get to be the first ones to actually have that kind of science-based modeling to help make decisions. I think is a really great thing, and kudos to you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do have one more question,
Okay.
really quick. You landed on the 30 years. Did you run a scenario where you did it 20 years?
Chair Quimps, Commissioner Smitherman, yes, we are running a lot of scenarios. And in our next round, we're going to be looking at timelines that are 10, 20, and 30 years to achieve success.
Okay.
Different lengths of phase-in period. And actually, we're talking even about step-phased curtailment. We're still working on the language for how we talk about it. But instead of curtailing equally each year, right? So adding additional curtailment every year, having potentially check-in periods. So say you implement curtailment, you wait 3 years, you validate, you look at what's changed in conditions, and then you would impose more curtailment.
Adaptive management.
Exactly. So what we're trying to do is to model out what those different step-phased curtailments due to, final water levels, to our, ability to achieve success within a timeline, and what that looks like. So there's a lot more information we're going to learn in the next month. I really believe that. And we're going to have a lot to talk about with Iraq in January.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment, please. We have Christopher Hall from the Water League on virtual, and we'll do him first, and then Representative Mark Owens after that.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this discussion. First off, I'm just going to say, in my view, the staff at the Oregon Water Resource Department are above reproach in the process and the way they're handling this incredibly difficult critical groundwater area designation process. Water League's conducting an extensive case study on this entire project, and our view is that they're working under a lot of stress, and they're doing an enormously diplomatic and professional job that I think should set the standard for other agencies and for how all agencies should work with the public. The comments I have today are, I'll just start right in. Surface water regulations occur mostly to address dewatering streams in the present, because the presumption is that the annual recharge will refill the rivers, and the impacts are not really on first blush seen as protecting the future. It's really just like the rains will come back in the winter like today, and we can fight over the river next July. Groundwater reservoirs, however, especially those that are filled with what the USGS calls ancient water, they don't get recharged as quickly, and long-term declines may take decades or generations for recovery. Therefore, critical groundwater area designations are substantially more about protecting the future. Although current domestic well users and groundwater dependent ecosystems do experience aridity now. The economic impacts are also necessarily future forward looking, because the ostensible purpose of the critical groundwater area designations are to protect the future that the present water use is currently regulating off. Without the imposition of water use limits, the future economy will be negatively impacted, similar to how water users and ecosystems will be negatively impacted. Because critical groundwater areas are future forward looking, the discussion we have today should focus more on the silent majority who are not here yet to join us at the table. So far, all the discussions have been about, and the context has been set in, what people in the present think about how it affects them, even though the bigger purpose is not just about them, but it's really about those who are not here yet. If we review all the RAC discussions and the informal discussion groups, the pattern is clear. People are debating today about how this critical groundwater area will impact them in the present. The closest that there's been a discussion about the future has been in the ironic context of a couple of RAC members pushing back against the critical groundwater area designation process because they worry the water use curtailments could put them out of business before they can pass their farm on to their children. There have been no expressed concerns, however, that water use must be curtailed so that others, whether or not they are family relatives, can have access to water in the future. One reason why critical groundwater areas are important is not just to stop irrigators from pumping themselves out of business, but to hopefully stop water declines so that other future water users and the ecosystem may have access to water in the future. We support the balance between the needs of the present and the future. However, right now the balance is shifted far too much in favor of the present. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I don't know if I introduced myself at the beginning. Christopher Hall, Executive Director of Water League. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Chris. Any questions or comments for Chris? No? Okay. Representative Owens, do you want to?
You guys want to let me in so I can eat? Yeah, we will. I was just trying to get the presentation back up because you said you wanted to use this slide. So, yeah.
Jared Quince, members of the commission, thank you for the time. For the record, Mark Owens, farmer, state representative, House District 60. I'll just start out by saying thank you. Thank you, the department, the commission, for giving us the time to get to this point. If we would not have slowed down, we would not have been able to use this model and understanding the impacts for us and future generations. A lot was given to you today. We're still trying to digest it as a community, trying to figure out what that means for our community and for our individual selves also. That's a tough balance because we're over time. I'm going to be relatively quick. We could spend 2 hours in the discussion, but a few things that I've heard when we're looking at sub areas. So the map that you have up here shows some of the sub areas, and you're going to be tough. They might not be hearing me online. Give me some grace. Big red areas decline. Sub areas in the 15 that the department recommends for curtailment. This area here, these two areas here. None of the rest of the department recommend curtailment. Department recommended no curtailment in any of these areas. None of these areas. Are these people in these areas going to litigate the department? Can we keep those 15 sub-area approaches? No doubt. Are we going to get away from litigation at all through this process? No, we are not. I've said this before. The decisions that you guys make in adopting the rules that come forward, is the majority of the community going to support you? Or is the majority of the community going to litigate you? That's what it comes down to. Now let's talk about the percent of error that could be in the model. The model is the best we have. The data is the best we have. That's a great thing. What we're basing the inputs on is 2018 usage. That's probably where we have the largest potential for variability. 2018 usage in the USGS study was based off of Jordan Beamer's CBOP method, which is great. The CBOP method is one of the 6 analyticals that are put into the OpenET model. The OpenET model in that area has an accuracy of 17%. So we understand right now that one of those models probably doesn't have a better accuracy than 17%. That's okay. We have to start someplace. We have to chart a path forward. We're talking climate change. We're talking rain. We're talking the difference between 2 to 3% in model runs. It's all within that range of error that's going to be there. It is. So therefore, we concentrate on adaptive management. How do we do adaptive management in a rulemaking process with a contested case? I don't know. You set a PTW, you go through that contested case so the department has the authority to start regulating off. Do you want to do that every 3 years? Do you want to do that every 10 years? No, you don't. I don't know how we do it. We're going to have to potentially look at a different goal. What is a goal that this commission can support with this community? If our goal is to try to get to reasonably stable, which is 0 rate of decline, do we want to take a 10-year approach that says we're going to try to reduce the rate of decline by half in 10 years? And then reduce the rate of half again until we get there. And then put an ultimate PDW that potentially get there. I don't even know how to do it. I know these guys are thinking about it, but it's going to be very, very difficult to put that in rules, go through a litigious process in order to figure out how to adaptive management. It's going to be tough. I don't have the answers now, but it's going to take some very, very creative thinking. The other thing I'd bring up is the 50% to the 80% to the 90% percentiles. So when we started this conversation, the community, even myself, thought reasonably stable could be a slow rate of decline for a couple of years. Okay, that's not reality. That's okay. So then we asked the department to model, what does a 50% medium look like? So, you know, half the wells are probably, the few are probably stable. Some of them are going up and some of them are still going down. So an average to get to reasonably stable would be monumental for this basin and for our communities. That is a great success story in the next 30 years. It is. I mean, it's taken 30 years to get here. If we keep changing the goalpost, now we want 90% to be stable or in 90% to be recovering. My community and myself can't support that this time. We can't. That doesn't mean, I'll be quiet there. Everybody is getting burnt out. Department staff, the community, the discussion groups, just the amount of information you guys have seen. Thank you for sticking with us. Next 3 or 4 months, we're gonna have something. And I hope I'll have more community members with me to tell you guys, this is probably the best approach that we have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Just a quick question. So what I'm hearing you say is that if we choose a percentage, we need to stick with it going forward and not change that goal down the road.
Chair Quince, Commissioner Smitherland, I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
I don't, because I haven't figured out myself, because if it's just a strictly volunteer agreement, we could be really adaptive.
Mhm.
But honestly, they got to run in parallel.
Mhm.
So the volunteer agreement falls apart, we have a regulatory approach to get there.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would say hypothetically that yes, if we chose a goal in X period of years to reduce the rate of decline by something,
Mhm.
we could probably get there. Then the department would have to tell us what they thought their best curtailment to achieve that. So we could actually do that in a volunteer agreement, or they could do it regulatorily if it doesn't occur. The issue is also is not all members in a sub area are going to do volunteer agreements. They're not. And especially if you make those small circles where 70 to 80% curtailment has to come in some of those areas, there's no room for a volunteer agreement. There isn't. You're only going to have 5 or 6 pivots left. You're going to have 1 or 2 owners. It's done. The other areas, maybe through an optimizational model, will have some curtailment, but we start to cloud it. Right now, the department is proposing a minimum of a 30% threshold for a volunteer agreement in a sub area. That's tough too. And what if one owner has 30% of the water rights? They can enter a volunteer agreement. You have 5 owners that only have 5% of the water rights each, so they only have 25, so they can't enter a volunteer agreement. Why not allow 1 or 2 farmers, 1 farmer, whoever it is, to start a voluntary agreement and see if it can snowball? See if you can get momentum. Answer your question. I don't know.
That's okay. Thank you.
I just want to say again, you mentioned the threat of burnout for both staff and community members, and I go back to the adaptive management. And again, if you have a formal program that's funded with an organization of staff and stakeholders and, you know, operating procedures and, you know, it's a long-term process, but it might, if we manage the expectations, it might take a little bit of the pressure off. You know, it's not a sprint, it is a marathon, and understanding that this is going to take time to correct, and that if we're going to be deliberate about it through adaptive management, it's going to take continued commitment from both the department and stakeholders. But I think it's worthwhile of consideration, and it might help manage expectations and actually take some of that pressure off if we understand we're going to continue to work on this. But just Commissioner Mall.
Sorry, Mark, Commissioner, Congressman, what? Two quick questions, maybe. Which ones do I want to choose? One is kind of out there. Are there any gatherings of the RAC or people associated with this with no agenda? Just social gatherings. Is there any, does that happen at all? And if not, is there an opportunity, if so, is there an opportunity to, I'm thinking of what someone pointed out yesterday, the importance of building trust before asking for data. And I'm just curious, is there any forum that's not agenda and therefore tension driven?
Chair Quince, Commissioner Mole, thank you for the question. Currently, not so much, because you have the discussion groups, which are trying to build scenarios which probably aren't majorly agenda driven in the other RAC. But previously with place-based planning, the community gatherings, trying to figure that out, there was a lot of that opportunity. Now we're at a nexus where we're getting towards something that's agenda driven. We do hope, you know, once we get a draft rules, that there's the space during the public comment to engage with Oregon consensus, engage with the broader community, and try to bring them along. But It's like, it's not a thing that the department's not doing. It's just this nexus. We have so many meetings right now that I'm not sure you get much attendance. So.
Yeah, I understand. And I think even in those place-based planning meetings, the tendency was to call it a social gathering, but still have an agenda. And it's still, I just feel like, this over 30 years, it's going to take stepping aside from the communities of interest and really coming together as a community. And I would love to just encourage, if Director Gall, if there's any, again, discretion within staffing budgets and time, to consider that real work and good work and be supportive of that. My other question was about that border, junior, senior, across the border question, and whether or not there's any look at water banking or some sort of facilitated transfer of water money, essentially, to allow someone who's in the right box, whether it's 6 or 15, to be able to say, hey, I've got water and I will transfer some to you. Or prices, is that any of that?
Derek Wentz, Commissioner Moll, thank you for the question. Volunteer agreements definitely could go into that sphere. We're having a legislative update next. I'll talk a little bit about water banking and water markets in the next conversation.
Okay.
One thing I would like to say about the senior junior appropriation is the department, my understanding at this time, is going to move forward. And they said issuing water by prior appropriation date, but probably trimming that amount to what the average usage had been for consumptive use over a period of time. So that's about half an acre foot off, which I completely support. Because then you're not rewarding paper water. You're allowing the water that's left in the community to be used. That's going to be in an arbitration to prior appropriation. So there is some flexibility that's built into this that gives more economic input into the community. That will be a gray area. So I thoroughly encourage that to continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Great work. Okay, we'll move to the budget and legislative update, please. Agenda item E.
Chair Quims, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Raquel Rancier, and I'm one of the deputies at the Water Resources Department. I'm joined here today with
Lisa Snyder, the administrator for the Administrative Services Division.
You'll note today that we're missing someone, and that is Bryn Hudson. She is unfortunately out sick today, which means you have the B team here. So we've told her we will cover her presentation. I do want to change things up a little bit from what we had planned, in part because we do have Representative Owens here today, who is the co-chair. I just call it the Water Committee. I know the title is much longer than that, but so I thought I'd invite co-chair Owens up since we already have him in the room, and then we'll go into our GRB. Well, we'll probably start with what are the bills that the co-chairs are bringing, and so to the extent Rep. Owens wants to comment on those, don't worry, I've got a list here and a plan. So, but we'll move into those, and then we'll go to our formal presentation with the governor's recommended budget. We'll have Lisa cover that, and then I'll come back in and talk just briefly about the department's bills. So that's a little bit of a switch up. So this slide is just going to sit here, and we'll see. Thank you, Representative, for being willing to come up and provide any comments for the commission, and we'll let you go you know, you don't have to sit up here the whole time. So that's why we're going to start with you since you've, no, I can't move this.
I can speak up. So I think you don't want me to sit up here the whole time?
You're welcome to, but I want to be sensitive to your time.
Chair Quince,
representing.
members of the commission, thank you. Thank you, Raquel, for giving me this opportunity to talk about legislative work that we plan on doing in 2020. First of all, I want to thank the governor's office and I want to thank the department. In 2023, Representative Helm and I got put in a room with many director heads. And they said, whoa, slow down. You've given us too much to do. We're trying to staff up. We're trying to figure out what to do. There was a commitment then to sit down with Representative Helm and I and work on a package for 24 and 25. People are still trying to get their legs underneath them in 24, so now it manifests itself in 25. Since then, we've had the full assistance of department staff to the executive director of call. Raquel Renseer, Bryn has been working with us countless hours, countless meetings. Chandra Ferrari with the governor's office has been working with us countless hours, countless meetings. There's a couple of major items that we're going to try to work on with you guys and gals in the state of Oregon. That we're going to try to streamline and process a lot of the procedures. If we look at what's causing the contested case backlog, we look at what's causing the permits to take 7 to 8 years. We look at a lot of things. Not all of them are a budgetary fix. Some of them are streamlining the process. Some of them are making sure who has standing, who does not. If you get a proposed final order that gets a contested case, does it sit there for 30 years or do you actually make sure that it's, I'm not an attorney, sorry, Janet. Do you make sure that it's relevant? Do you make sure that it's good? If not, you kick it out. So there's a whole bunch that talks about procedures and how that we could work through this. Are we going to get pushback from some of our community that we're taking out due process? We are. We are going to get those comments. Let me be clear. We are going to, but it's always a balancing act. I know Raquel could go into more details on a lot of that, but that'll be substantive. We're also going to take a look at the groundwater quality management. The groundwater quality management, like the critical groundwater designation, a lot of classifications we have in the state of Oregon are reactive. We've already get to a point that we spent the last hour and a half talking that we want to avoid. This commission has taken some forward steps to keep that from happening. But we're going to take some steps in allowing different management areas before they get critical and hopefully putting some dominoes in effect. If you don't start making changes local as a community, that this will occur, to put communities on notice that we want to work with them before things get critical. So we will, in the department, we'll be looking at the groundwater quality areas more, because we don't want to end up with more utilities. We don't want to end up with that across the state of Oregon. We'll be looking at the modernization of transfers. Modernization of transfers as we stopped allocating water through the state of Oregon because there's no water to allocate. Transfers is the way we're going to have to go, ladies and gentlemen. Some sets of those we're going to have to make sure we can streamline. Because right now we try to do transfers in a drought area and the drought's over before we get the transfer done. That's not very effective. Some areas where we want to try to, transfer water upstream is probably going to have in-stream effects, ecological effects. We need to make sure that we look at those maybe more thoroughly. We understand that only wet water is being transferred and not paper water, like I talked about at the end of the last one. There's probably a subset of transfers that we go downstream in different areas that aren't going to have effect on stream flows, that probably have some beneficial effect on stream flows that we probably need to figure out how to streamline. So we will be looking at the department, will be leading with the transfer process also. So data, you guys know in the last 8 years, I've been on a need for data across the state of Oregon. You've seen many presentations from the department. 52% of the state of Oregon doesn't have the understanding or information available to know if groundwater is available. You guys took big steps to address that. The in-stream water hasn't been updated since the 80s or 90s. So we need to continue to invest in data. One thing that we're going to do is we're going to give the department the authority to require measurement reporting. We are. I've asked the stakeholders, and so as Representative Helm is, don't fight us on the policy. It's needed to have flexibility in management in areas. Please help us with how we fund that, how we prioritize that, and how we implement it, because that's going to be the scary thing. With that comes the flexibility in management. So how do we have flexibility in management if we have the data? If communities and basins are ready with information, what do we look at? So we're possibly looking at some efficiency standards in different basins. if there's a water bank set up. So we are going to try to set up a water bank in the Deschutes area. Their DRC and those groups have been working actively in there, and they feel with their groups that they're ready. Not all the groups support it at this time. Some of them are still neutral, some are still working through it, but we will try to give the authority for them to move forward with the water bank. We tried an intra-district transfer process there in 2023 and failed. The water bank could take care of it. Here's why I've been speaking for the last week is several states have tried water banks. We're modeling the one over Utah. Does it work perfectly? No. Is ours going to work perfectly? No. Will we ever learn how to do it right unless we start? No. We're going to try to not let perfection get in the way of good. And we'll try that at a state level too. That's some of the ones we're working there. Safe and Reliable Drinking Fund. We're going to try to continue to invest in the WRF program, DEQ program, septic program. We're going to try to get some of the funding back that was cut in the governor requested budget for in-stream water rights, so gauging stations, facilitation, but I'll be quiet.
Okay, commissioners, so I just want to note for the record, this was a little impromptu, so otherwise we would have invited the other co-chair. So I just want to be clear that it was more that I was taking advantage that we had someone here already in the room. But I do want to acknowledge there are other co-chairs that had we had this as a formal one, we would have invited. So is there any questions for Representative Owens? If not, I'll let him wander on for the rest of his day.
I'm just curious if you'll be reviewing the example of the Walla Walla Watershed Management Partnership. That was a 10-year pilot proposal, started in 2008, and the idea was flexibility for water users and water banking to increase in-stream flows. And unfortunately, we saw a great interest in flexibility, and we didn't see any interest in water banking. And so I think that should be reviewed and look at that. And then we have the Walla Walla 2050, which is great, 30-year plan supported by both states. But I think there's some reports and some lessons to be learned from that example. Thanks. Commissioner Lee and then Commissioner Malt.
Yes, Representative Owens, I know that you've worked diligently and other people have as well with looking at justice and how to deal with the contested cases and all of the appeals on water rights. But I wonder, you mentioned data is going to be so significant to this process. Are you planning to ask for some kind of funding for additional data, or what kind of concept do you have in mind?
Thank you, Chair Quince, Commissioner Lee. We are. One thing that I'm going to fall back on is that in 2023, we gave money for the department to look at the, gonna mess this one up, the Water Stewardship Program, something like that, and it came out with the executive in the document. And what it talks about is the need for basin assessments and what basin assessments are going to cost, the staffing that is there. So the governor's office, we're going to push on that. We're going to push on that hard, because that's what we need in order to manage basins. Is we need to understand what's coming in, what's going out, updates in-stream flows in the groundwater. And with the work that's been done from House Bill 2018, that's going to start coming relevant in 2028. We can start to have the amount of information we need at a level we need to manage water.
This may be off, but before you leave, I'm just curious in that the Four Angels letter, there was an example of process improvement, and it was, for example, train a panel of administrative law judges. When you from the ground, this is a landowner as well as a legislator, when you hear things like that, do you feel like those are the kinds of things that aren't just money, but process that we do have sort of steep return on investment opportunities? Are there a lot of things like that?
Chair Quince and Commissioner Moore. Short answer, yes. So Raquel and team and I, we've met with ALJs, we've met with those groups to see where are the current bottlenecks. And they are currently trying to educate ALJs in water. They're also we're trying to push them to get more basin specific in those areas with some overlap, because not every basin has so many contested cases. We're looking at that. And also the biggest bottleneck right now is the litigation budget for the department. They don't have enough of them to pull up in order to get them done. What we're learning is if you pull up 30 or 35 of them, when the legislature gives you some money, miraculously 15 of those get to a contested case or not contested, get solved rather quickly. So what we're going to try to do is set up a process where we can give the department the staffing and resources that could be needed to do a whole bunch of them and put people on notice. Here's the list. You're going to get a hearing soon. What do you want to do about it? I think we'll amazingly find that a lot of them figure out how to settle and get in a room and move forward. But we are using a lot of the four educated smart people, which you have one on your commission, and some of their guidelines to work through this process.
Super, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Owens. This is a really long list that we received in our packet of potential legislative concepts. I know that some of them are LCs already. It looks like several of them are not. They're still pending. I am curious as to whether you are sort of prioritizing these, or, I mean, I know that you're the kind of person who wants to get it all done, and I appreciate that, but I'm a little concerned that this list is so long, and I'm wondering if the departments or the commission's input is welcome as to prioritization. I mean, I presume the governor's office is certainly weighing in on that as well. But I just think, I can't imagine that there will be hearings on every single one of these. Otherwise, what else is anybody going to do for the next 2 months? But I appreciate the effort and the interest. And I think it's very exciting. I did want to ask one clarifying question. The basin assessments, you're talking about studies, I mean, like either groundwater studies or water supply studies, not something to do with the existing basin plans and not something that would conflict with the place-based planning, correct?
Chair Quince, Commissioner Newman, correct.
Okay.
But they will have a nexus, I believe, to basin programming rules. Basin programming rules were set up in the 80s and they're used for a regulation process, a critical groundwater designation. We don't feel that's the intent of them fully. So if you have a basin assessment, you can start to share with the community what their water budget is or water balance is. Then you go into basin program rules and you figure out how to do the adaptive management. And then you can use the place-based planning in order to inform some of those decisions. So I think we can use all that uniformly. I would encourage you to read the water steward and supply report that came out. It'll go into more detail on exactly what basin assessments mean and the staffing that is involved. Do we have a prioritization? We do, but I hate to share that. If it doesn't make priority one, people aren't going to spend time on it. I'm glad that Raquel sent out the spreadsheet that we have. Please look through it. Love to get the commission's idea on what they feel would be the tops. Love to set up individual meetings, group meetings, whatever your guys' regulations allow you to do. Representative Hellman and I taking multiple meetings together with almost all the stakeholders. We combine them. So we got big blocks of time blocked on our calendars. Love to have individual group conversations, whatever is appropriate. We're in this together with the commission, with the department. So yeah, love input.
Thank you.
Chair Quems, commissioners, I think if the commission is interested in weighing in, that just remember the authority of the commission is in the body, not in individuals. So I would recommend that we have all these rules here, that we set up something in that manner if there is a desire to weigh in on that. Of course, you all are convened right now, so if you want to have a discussion, you are certainly welcome to right now.
That's Raquel using just the lights, not the lights in the siren.
I do have just one quick question that is specific to one of these, the infrastructure and strategic investments, the federal funding readiness. In the description, it says it's going to help with state grant opportunities. I'm wondering if that's just an error and it means federal grant opportunities.
Chair Quince, Commissioner Small, it is, so we Representative Hellman, I've been working on federal funding readiness since Governor Brown was in office, trying to figure out how to get some staffing at the executive level to look at the federal funding opportunities, bring them into the state, and then also help communities around the state access some of that fund so they don't all go to agencies. So that's the intent of the goal. We did get a half-time or summer position put in. They've actually brought in a lot of funding. We're trying to add onto that, but it's bringing in federal funding, figuring out how we can use state funding for the match so we can multiply the state funding to bring in more benefit.
Great. Bravo. More, please.
Look forward to Practical convening us all together with co-chair Hellman on.
With no agenda.
Chair Crumbs, commissioners, thank you so much to Representative Owens. And I think we're going to get on to our regularly scheduled programming here, which means I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Lisa Snyder to talk about the governor's recommended budget.
Since I don't normally talk very loud, I probably should scoot over a little bit. Good morning, Chair Clemps, commissioners. Again, Lisa Snyder here to talk with you today about the governor's recommended budget. As you may recall, the governor's recommended budget is step 2 in the budget process for Oregon. Step 1 was the agency request budget, which was due back in late summer in August. And step 2 here, governor's recommended budget, is where Governor Kotek takes the agency request budgets, current revenues available and priorities, and combines them together to publish her budget, which came out on December 2nd. This is the budget that moves forward to the legislature in the 2025 session, and hopefully come end of the legislative session, we will have our final budget. All right, so this slide right here is intended to show you kind of a snapshot in time. All the way on the right side is the 25-27 governor's recommended budget. And on the left side is the 23-25 current budget called the legislatively approved. And in the middle there is kind of the middle development process called the current service level budget. And it's kind of depicted here to show you kind of a stair-step process from current budget through to GRB. Couple of takeaways here on this slide. You will notice that relatively our general fund as compared to our current general fund in legislatively approved on the left-hand side is relatively stable in the GRB on the right-hand side. But our total fund is dropped by about 20 million. One other thing that I wanted to call to your attention is looks like the number of positions dropped from our current legislatively approved budget to our governor's recommended budget. That is due to limited duration positions being phased out. So if you might recall that we received 8 backlog other funded positions. So those are no longer included in the governor's recommended budget, as well as 1 limited duration for voluntary agreements work for water reuse, and 1 for the Washington Department of Ecology work in the Walla Walla. So that's the decrease that you're seeing. First policy option package that is recommended for funding in the governor's budget is policy option package 102. This package maintains water rights services and dam safety services with a fee increase by proposing a fee increase in the amount of 135% for water rights transactions and 56% for the dam safety annual fees. This policy option package accompanies our legislative concept number 397. Kel, did you want to speak to that one here or at the end?
Chair Press Commissioner, since we're on this, and I was gonna say basically the same thing, because they are companion. The only thing I'd add is just note that 7 FTE up there. That 7 FTE is what the fee price retains. And so the fees currently supports 14.93 positions within the Water Rights Services Division. And then another, I don't remember what it is on the dam safety, but we're not focusing on the dam safety point here, but on the water rights side, it's retained 7 of 14 staff that are funded by. So that's a pretty big number there. That's why this fee increase 1 is so significant. Just retain that. And 2, that also shows how significant the impact could be on our program if the fee increase or other funding does not go through. So that does accompany, so that is one of the LCs that we have. We have a fee bill, we have a company generated, so.
Sorry, can I'm a little lost there. Are you saying that at best, if we get this funding, we only retain 7 of 14 FTE?
No, Commissioner, what I'm saying is the fees support 14.93, right? If you don't get the fee increase, there would need to be a reduction of 7 FTE.
So this keeps us whole.
So this keeps us whole.
Thank you.
Commissioner Newman?
Thank you. I have a quick question too. So on the first slide you showed, or the first page of our handout, where other funds, including fees, drop down considerably from the 23-25 legislatively adopted budget to the governor's recommended. I'm trying to put those two things together. How does that relate to what you just talked about or other fees?
Chair Clamps, Commissioner Newman. The other fund, including fees, reduction is basically a phase out of one-time funds. So when we build the budget, anything that was given to us as one-time funding then gets phased out if it doesn't carry forward. And so ARPA is the primary source of the phase out there.
Okay, so that's not fees going way down. Okay, thank you.
Package 103 is the package for that accompanies LC 408. And this package creates a new other fund account, which is separate from the general fund, that provides the department flexibility to carry forward any unused general fund into the next biennium by depositing into this other fund account. Doing this will allow the other funds, like I said, to roll over into the next biennium. And we believe that this will allow us to enroll more participants into the CREP program than if we had general fund alone. Do you have anything you wanted to add on the LC side?
Oh, sorry. Chair Clem's commissioners, I forgot that this one is also a companion one. Thank you, Lisa. Yes, so we do have, this is a technical fix, really is what it comes down to, that allows us to, instead of having the funds going away each year that's in our base budget, it allows it to accumulate if it's not fully expended. So companion, I forgot we have the companion POP and the LC with this one as well.
Package 104 provides $1 million in general fund for feasibility study grants, $20 million in lottery revenue bond proceeds for water project grants and loans, and $1 million in general fund for the WRF program, the Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund. The bonds are projected to be sold at the end of the biennium in this package, which, depending upon where we land with bond sales and the funding awarded, may have an impact on funding cycles. Package 106 will be the final carry forward of the American Rescue Plan Act carry forward funding. It is for 3.35 million other fund, and it carries forward ARPA funding that was awarded to us in the 2021 session. Place-based planning, the ordinance project, dam safety, engineering services for flood methodology and inundation assessments, surface water and groundwater data collection for field equipment, and funding for the water measurement cost share program.
So commissioners, this is not new funding. This is more of a technical budget maneuver that has to be done in order for the money to carry forward into the next biennium.
Can I just ask quickly, who's doing the engineering assessments? Is that OWRD, or are we redistributing those funds to Dogami or somebody? The flood methodology and inundation assessments.
Chair Quims, Commissioner Mall, those are contracted out to other entities. All right, package 107 is our strategic modernization of IT systems and tools. And this package is the first step in our much needed IT modernization process. It provides a business analyst to help us understand and document all of our agency IT systems and business processes related to IT. This position is also intended to help us provide a little bit of project management support and monitor project progress.
Is that one-time funding, or is the intent to budget it going forward?
This is, sorry, Chair Quims, Commissioner Lee, this is intended to be a permanent position. Package 110 is the state scenic waterway revenue gap, and this provides general fund backfill for split funded positions that are partially funded by contract service dollars for scenic waterway work. Over the years, the inflationary factor for contracted services hasn't kept pace with the inflationary factors for personal services. And so this package provides catches us up and keeps us whole through the end of the 25-27 biennium.
Sorry, I just don't understand the math here. What's it mean to have zero total funds?
Chair Quims, Commissioner Mole, what this is we are being provided general fund to backfill other funds that have no revenue behind them.
I see. Okay.
Chair Quims, commissioners, this is where I say this is budgety stuff.
This is new math.
Right, so.
Sausage. Thank you.
And package 111 also provides much needed halftime web coordinator position, a permanent halftime web coordinator to assist us with making sure that our website is up to date, easy to use, accessible for all, and contains useful information for the public. Okay, package 90. This is a chief financial office package, and this is additions that were given to us. And it provides one-time funding in the amount of $100,000 for to help us scope what would be needed for water use reporting IT system. It provides a big bump for us of 4.36 million general fund for legal expenditures. And then it also provides carryover for 3 general fund projects, water projects that were funded in the current biennium, but won't be completed by the end of this biennium.
Chair Quims, commissioners, I think before we move on to the reduction side, you might notice in here that there's a couple IT related packages, and IT is one of those areas where the agency has been underfunded for a long time. And as you know, water and its complexity requires a lot of data. And so this is one of those areas that we've been making incremental progress on. So we greatly appreciate the governor including this in her budget. That is just one of those things that I would flag for you. We have an IT strategic plan. We have a new CIO, and I suspect at some point here we should get it over to chat with the commission. Once he gets his footing, it's fairly new. But this is a key priority area for the agency in order for us to make progress on all the modernization and data efforts that folks would like the agency to do. We really need to shore up the IT section for that. And they're great. They do great work, but there's just not enough of them. And there's some critical positions and funding that have been historically missing in that section.
I have a question on that, and maybe it's too detailed a question for right now, but will that include things like allowing the department to accept online payments as opposed to sending in checks?
That looks like a no. A diplomatic no is brewing.
Chair Quims, Commissioner, that is something that is on the to-do list. So there's a couple things, and Lisa actually knows more about this than I do, but there's a couple things that I'll say that do need to occur first. So we do accept online payments in one program area, which is well construction today. For other program areas, I'll give you the key one that we hear this on, which is the water rights transactions. The water rights transactions is the area where we have currently 135% fee increase proposed. And that's because the fee increases have not been keeping up with the cost increases. In short, there's a little more to it, but for simplicity, we'll keep it that. And so, as you all know, there's credit card fees, right, and transaction fees. There's our I want to say the e-service provider. That's probably not the technical term, but the vendor that provides that service through the state also has I believe it's a per transaction cost associated with it. So if we were to multiply that out by how many transactions, at the end of the day, we can't afford to absorb that cost. So one of the things that needs to occur, which by the way is included in some of the legislation that Representative Owens and Helm are introducing, is the department can recoup the costs. So we have the authority today to provide the service. We don't have the authority to recoup the cost for that convenience, essentially. And so until that's in place, we can't afford to provide that service. So our fees are already not covering the costs of the program. So that's one piece to it, as an example. There's also then the technical piece to it that would need to occur as well. And we've got a whole list of IT projects. I appreciate you providing one example of the many things that folks would like our IT section to work on, right? This is one of them. The water use reporting database is another one, right? Folks want us to expand water use reporting in the state. Our current database is insufficient for us to really do that effectively, as an example. We could keep talking about this for the next 2 hours of all the things that really the IT section, we would love to have them work on, but we really need to have that capacity in the right positions, as well as contract dollars in some cases for some of these bigger projects. So we'll leave it at that, but the answer is we're making progress towards that. Is this going to do it in itself? Probably not.
Thank you.
Chair Quims. That's mind-boggling that you don't have the authority to do that. How does that authority get promulgated? Is that something we do?
Chair Quims Commission, it's a legislative action, so it's in the legislation.
All right, moving on to package 90 reductions. These are a listing of the reductions that have been included. $200,000 in services and supplies reductions in 4 out of our 5 divisions. Water Rights Services Division is not one of the divisions that were included in this reduction. 114,000 in evapotranspiration funding, 100,000 in agrimet funding. And those two together mean some reduced contract funding that would affect our ability to ground truth data. $796,000 in groundwater investigation funding, which would give us would allow us the ability to finish the recharge study and allow us very limited ability for observation wells in the future. $272,000 in gauging station funding, which means that we're not going to be able to keep up with equipment repairs on gauging stations. $1 million in complex facilitation funding, $66,000 in water measurement cost share funds, and $200,000 in feasibility study grant funds. One of the things that I also wanted to mention is part of the budget development process changed a little bit this biennium in that the calculation for vacancy savings was increased for the department. Typically or historically, we have had less than 1% vacancy savings that has been built into our budget. And so that has been for us about $250,000. In this budget cycle, we had a mandatory 5% vacancy savings built in, which as our general fund budget has grown, means about a $2.5 million mandated vacancy savings. So quite a big jump for us, going from probably 1 position vacant every month of the biennium to maybe about 10 positions vacant every month of the biennium.
Sure.
Sorry, I have another question. It's been a long time since I've been involved in the state budgeting process. So this reduction package is in response to that or other requests from the governor's office to indicate a certain level of reduction as one possible scenario that might have to be followed?
So Chair Klemps, Commissioner Newman, the package 90 reductions are included in the governor's recommended budget as in the total so that she can get to her recommended budget dollar value. The one that I just spoke of, the vacancy savings, is included in the current service level also as part of it to get to a balanced budget.
Okay.
That.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, I have a quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
Just so I'm understanding, these reductions were put together by OWRD staff or by the governor?
Chair Klemps, Commissioner Smitherman, these reductions were provided in our agency request budget by the department as a part of a legislatively mandated exercise called the 10% reduction list.
Got it. Thank you.
Chair Krebs, commissioners. So 10% is a lot, right? And so that is always a very difficult exercise. And I think just to give a lens on how the agency focuses that exercise is, you know, we've consistently not had enough capacity, right, to get work done. And so the trade-offs that we have is positions. If you have the positions, you can still get some work done, right? It might not be all of the work that you intended to if you had contract dollars, But if you don't have the staff, but you just have contract dollars, but you have nobody to actually administer the contracts, then you don't actually get the work done. So that's the key piece here for us. And in some of these cases, this isn't all contract dollars, but that is one point for us. So when we look at our 10% reductions list, generally what you will see on a list like that is there's funding to do things, and then there's staff positions to do things. In an ideal world, we would never have any staff on the list, I think, because our staff are so valuable to us. At the same time, 10%, we don't have enough money to just do, you know, everything that's non-staff. So what you'll see here is when we do our 10% list, we generally put that funding at the top is like, if you're going to take something, we don't want folks to have to take anything, but that's not, of course, the reality we live in, right? We have to balance the budget, and we don't have unlimited resources. And so you'll see that the funding is generally what we put at the top there, because we figure we can still get something, we can still get good work done if we have the great staff that we have to do that work. So that's why you see this is all money here, money that's important, but you know, we all have trade-offs that we have to make.
Commissioner Lee and then Commissioner Newman, please.
Yes, on the water measurement cost share fund reduction, what does that actually do? Does that deal with measurement devices, reporting?
Chair Crumbs, Commissioners. So this is our grant program. So it's a matching grant program. This one, this reduction probably has the least impact, by the way. So this program we have in our base budget, we've had, I think it's around 100,000 every biennia that's put into this fund that then rolls over, right? That's what we're trying to do with the CREP program, actually. So that means that there's still some funds that are in our base, or not in our base, but that have rolled over into other funds and that we can use for this purpose. There's also been some ARPA funds for this purpose as well. And so this reduces the base the biennial base allocation from 100K, you know, down by 66K. So, so I think this one probably has one of the lesser impacts, at least at the moment.
So this was for grants for people who were going to install measurement devices.
That is correct, Commissioner. Okay. However, we still have money in this program. So.
Chair. Commissioner Newman and Commissioner Mall.
My question goes to the same thing that Commissioner Lee just asked about. I mean, and I guess it's more of a comment than a question. There's over $1 million worth in the reductions. And I know you had to do this for the budget process, but there's over $1 million in there related to data collection. And, you know, that's something that everybody recognizes is important and has been prioritized in the IWRS and every place else. And I know that there is one item on Representative Owens' matrix about water use measurement reporting authority. I don't think it includes funding. However, it's about the authority. And so I guess I just want to state that you know, I hate to see us undercutting our data collection. And I realize there are still chunks of money left in all three of those areas, but just a comment for the record.
Commissioner Mall.
I'm curious, within that $1 million complex facilitation funding, is that FTE?
Chair Crumbs, Commissioners, no. And we do have, let's see, still 526K left. And so this is actually rolled up. We received funding in the 23 session, and then I think it was the 21 or 2019 session. I can't remember which now. Two of the packages were Willamette and Deschutes related, plus other complex issues, right? And then the other one was associated with, there was some funding for C2IR settlement, and then there was a whole bunch more, right, than what was needed for the C2IR settlement. So just want to assure folks that we are intending to continue to do the work on the C2R settlement, right? So there is still funding for that within, even with this reduction, right? And there will be still some, it's not everything that folks wanted on the, you know, the other two packages, but in some, we still have funding to be able to support facilitation work.
Great, thank you.
So I have a question. Going back to the earlier conversation about the Harney and the theme of informed water management, if there were, like, I can imagine a legislative concept around a feasibility study for an adaptive management program in the Harney Basin fitting under that. What are the alternatives to funding something like that? Would it, I see a reduction in feasibility study grant funds here. I typically think of those feasibility studies as more for water development projects. Is that correct? So
Yeah, Chair Quim. So this is the feasibility study grants program, which is more formally in the statute as the Water Conservation Reuse and Storage Grant Program. And so this is that one that has a narrower focus today. I'll note that if you look at the legislative concepts list that the co-chairs have provided folks, on that list is modifications to the department's funding programs, including specifically the feasibility study grants program and making that so that program can fund broader water feasibility studies. It might be feasibility studies plus, we'll see where that concept goes, but than just the focus on conservation, reuse, and storage. So it broadens the types of projects that feasibility study grants program could fund. In terms of the funding on that program, so we currently have, it's 400,000 plus, I'm doing rough numbers here, of funding that is, again, deposited every 2 years, right, into our budget. So that's our base budget allocation. And this one would reduce that, right, by 200K, leaving us with, here's the specifics, 276 each biennia. There is some funding, I think, that's still left. I don't think that we've spent down, that was lottery, a different source of funding. It's lottery revenue fund proceeds. And I don't know how much is left on that one. But so there's still some funding there, but this does reduce that continuous base budget. Okay, with that, it looks like there's no more questions on the governor's recommended budget. So we're going to move into department bills. We've already talked about 2 of these as part of the budget conversation. And that's LC 397 and LC 408. So I'm not going to talk about those on this slide. The other 2 that we haven't yet talked about, the first one is LC 393, and this one extends our authority to allow for the temporary transfer and lease of determined claims in the Klamath Basin while the adjudication is pending. This, we've had to extend this program, and the adjudication's still not done. And I think we're to a point where we don't know exactly when it will be done. So instead of spending staff time, you know, going and renewing this program, we have been able to get within the legislative concept that it will sunset after the adjudication is complete. So, so that's what that one does. The other one is our LC 402. This one is another fee bill related to our well program. And so this one increases fees related to well construction start cards, and then some of the other miscellaneous fees relating to license and landowner permits that are within that well construction program. And those fee increases, in order to maintain services, are, I believe it's, let me see my note here. It is 40% for Start Card and then 10% on those licensing fees. With this fee increase, there's not currently for this next biennium, an imminent, if we don't get the funding, we won't have the resources to fund staff. But what it does mean is going into the next biennium after that, that we would, at the very beginning of the biennium, have a problem, right? And it's in order to be able to fund staff. So addressing this funding gap sooner rather than later is what we're attempting to do, so we avoid that. So those are the some of the bills that the Water Resources Department has. I'll note on this well construction one, the reason there's a little asterisk there is for those of you that are budget wonks, you'll note, well, wait a minute, there's no governor's recommended budget package for that. And that is something that we've since had conversations on, and that CFO will come forward and support that as we go through the budget, support that legislation and the associated funding that's needed for that as we go forward into session. So just a little correction there that we'll need to make during session. Any questions or comments on anything on the list in your packet of materials? I'll note that this is hot off the press. I gave you all a copy of it yesterday. There is copies of it on our desk there for folks in the public, as well as it is posted to our legislative website. Off the press, our summary of the governor's recommended budget, as well as our legislative concepts for those that are interested.
Okay, thank you for the report. We do have 2 public comments about this topic. First, we have April Snell and then Kimberly Priestley.
Good morning. For the record, April Snell, Executive Director with the Oregon Water Resources Congress. Nice to see you all again today. A few comments. First, do really appreciate Raquel being a pitch hitter for Bryn and hope she feels better. And as you guys can tell, there's a lot to go over as far as both budget and legislative concepts. So as many of you are aware, the governor proposes and in other parlance, the legislature disposes of the budget. And by that, in that the governor's office is the one who develops this budget, the agencies like Water Resources Department are in many ways restricted about what they can say or advocate for if it's not included in the governor's budget. I, however, am not restricted in that same fashion, nor are other stakeholders who are hopefully listening to this conversation today. So I think first off, I want to make an appeal to those folks that we need to work together to support components of the department's budget, both that are in the governor's budget as well as the things that are not. And those things that we can all agree are really important to all of us, regardless of what interest we represent. As many of you have articulated in your comments, areas around data are one of those issues that seem to be perennially underfunded. And as much as we talk about wanting to increase the amount of data, at the same token, you can see that there's proposed reductions in both the actual devices, stream gauges that are needed in order to collect that data, as well as the necessary IT improvements. This governor's budget is better than what we've seen under previous administrations, and I want to acknowledge that, but it is ultimately up to the legislature to decide what happens. And I also hope that we'll be able to get increased funding. Water resources, along with other natural resources, are perennially underfunded in comparison to other agencies. And while other issues are important, of course, I, like you, think water is the most important thing and we need to be investing in that further. The issue that was highlighted has been about the credit card processing. I am equally annoyed by, I will say, but it is something that we need legislative action to address. I do think coming from the user community, paying a transaction fee is something that folks are not going to be upset about. And it is something where in today's day and age, folks expect to be able to do more things online. There's a number of other modernizations that we would like to see in the department's ability to process transactions, but that's going to be a longer process. We are very supportive of seeing additional funding go towards the department's core functions, as well as the existing feasibility and project implementation funds. Shifting gears, I do want to highlight what was brought up at the very initial part of the conversation is that there is a proposal that would be 135% fee increase. That is again in both a legislative action as well as a budgetary component. There is an additional stakeholder meeting that's scheduled for next week where there will be more discussions with the department and stakeholders about that fee increase. I have articulated in those meetings, and I will continue to do so, that we need to request general fund to cover the shortfall that has been created through a set of various circumstances, to where if the department doesn't get the funding, they are going to have to lay people off, and that's an outcome that none of us want to see. However, 135% increase on the backs of my members and the farmers and ranchers they serve is simply untenable. And it's also something that is not equitable. I know it's going to be difficult to ask for general fund, but I'm prepared to do that, and I hope others will join me in doing that. So as Raquel reminded, there's only certain things you guys can do as well, but I also think that collectively, the more that we can ask questions and advocate for common sense investments and the things that benefit all users, then hopefully we can increase the resources that are allocated to the department to do those things. So with that, happy to answer any questions and appreciate the staff's time and your time today.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes, am I incorrect in thinking that in the past, the fees were split 50% between the state budget and the water user fee, so that the fee itself would have, instead of 135% increase, it would be a lesser amount to water right interests?
Chair Commissioner Lee, thank you for the question. You are correct, and I was remiss in adding that. Over the time, these transaction fees have been increased. I think the last time it was roughly 15%, and the general formula has been for any given transaction, roughly 50% of that is paid for by the user fees, and the other half comes from general fund to recognize the benefits that the public receives from the wise management of water. Each individual transaction may not exactly be 50-50, and that's not been something that we've been particularly concerned about so much as trying to strive for that balance. I think even a 60-40 would work. I haven't run the numbers on what 135% increase would do, but just based on looking at that, it seems to be really putting the full burden on the water users. So thank you for the question.
Thanks for restoring my memory.
Chair Quemps, commissioners, I might add, so this still does seek to maintain the 50-50 split. So the unfortunate reality is that's how much of a problem we have in terms of funding, is that to maintain that. And I will note, I will invite Lisa Snyder up. If I say anything incorrect, Lisa, please come up here and correct me on the record. So it's still maintaining that. I think the one part that I'm looking to Lisa, and you can't see her, is so our new director this year, given how significant the backlogs are, and I'm supposed to be talking to the microphone, sorry, April, given how significant the backlogs are, and knowing that we've got these challenges, and we've heard quite a bit about the service levels in this section, and I will remind folks that there has been cuts to this section with some temporary funding over the past several biennia simultaneously with a fee increase. So again, that shows there's an issue here in the funding. But going back to the point, we actually reallocated 2 general fund positions from the Field Services Division to the Water Rights Services Division because of the continuous backlogs and service challenges that we've had. So, and Director Gall can speak to that further if there's a desire to, but I believe that those are not included in the 50-50 split. They will be. Okay, so we might have to work through that, but so it sounds like that maybe how they're budgeted is for that to be included going forward in the 50-50 split. But so those are some of just the examples of the challenges that we do have in that section. Is there's a lot of work for that section, and yet the fee increases really haven't sustained, as we've had fee increases and reductions at the same time, right? And now we're at that point where you can't keep doing that every biennia, and so this has come to a head at that point. So we got to figure out a solution for it. And thank you, by the way, to April for noting that, yes, we do have an ongoing work group. Bryn, I want to give her credit. I've been a little bit out of the loop on it, and she's been running those meetings and has been continuing to talk with the stakeholder groups about the impacts of this and how, potentially this program can be funded. So thank you for that.
Question?
Quick question. Can you just remind us, when you say water transaction fees, I mean, that everything that's in that bucket?
Yeah, Chair Quems, commissioners, that's my lazy way of not having to list out extensions, new water right permits, claims of beneficial use, transfers, Lisa. It's all the things that you think of when you think about changes to water rights or applying for new water rights.
Okay. That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
With the exception, there's a couple that are in rule that would have to be addressed later through rulemaking, but there's not that many of those.
And just as a follow-on to that, I mean, it's hard to work with percentages in the absence of real dollars. For an individual applicant, are we talking about increases of hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars? What's the burden that for an individual applicant look like?
Chair Quems, commissioners, we could provide you with, so our fee schedule is, gosh, I want to say it's usually like 5 pages long. So this is for each fee. We just increase it by that percent. So some of the fees, if they're several $100s or $1,000, then it increased by that. In some cases, the fee's $1, right? Depending on what it is. And so I can't give you a straight answer on that because the fee schedule is actually pretty complicated. But we can provide you with a copy of the legislation and you could see what that looks like.
I don't need that. I'm just this the question about burden. It's burden I'm thinking of. I think right now we're at a place where people are uncomfortable with any increase in fees just on principle. And yet I think we have to acknowledge that in order for this to work, this is an area where perhaps we all need to share in that burden. And maybe some creative nonprofit could come in on the water grants and loan program and ask for a grant that would allow them to then help reimburse applicants or something creative like that.
Chair Quimps, commissioners, if I may add to that, and as I mentioned, there is another work group meeting, and so there's still opportunity to come up with some other hopefully viable solutions. But one of the other things that's been discussed, so in answer to your question, and Raquel did hit upon that it depends. The department has went through the fees and simply applied the increase straight across. I have brought up and others have brought up that there perhaps would be some value in strategically increasing some fees more than others in recognition either of what it takes to do it, the complexity of it, but you have to weigh that then with how many transactions there are, and pretty soon your eyes have glazed over when you go into it. But there's a lot to that, and I do think there is some merit to perhaps strategically increasing some fees more than others, okay. And also trying to alleviate the burden to folks who are already perhaps paying a lot of fees in other areas as well. So it's difficult for the department to, well, one, it's difficult to talk about laying people off. That's never a fun thing. But it's also something that, you know, we have to try and hopefully maintain what we have, but also look to how can we improve both the efficiency, but also the sustainability of the budget so that the department isn't continuing to go through what I think several of you have seen over the years, where you get some funding and it really is just replacing people that were laid off before. You get new people, and then just as you're hiring those new people, all of a sudden now we're in a, guess what, you need to lay some folks off and cut folks, and that's just not a good place to be. But
Chair Quims, commissioners, one thing I was remiss in not saying when we were covering some of the legislative concepts is, and so you have that long list, right, of concepts that are on the radar of the co-chairs, and two of those concepts are in part directly a response to this, right? Which is, it is never a great situation to be in, to be talking about 135% fee increases while you also have backlogs and folks that are not satisfied with the timeliness of decision-making and getting decisions on their proposals. And so this all ties together in the sense that on the one hand, there's the acknowledged revenue gaps. And then on the other hand, there's what we commonly hear from folks is like, well, why would I want to pay more when the service isn't what I want? Or you mean I have to pay more to maintain the current service? I don't get anything else. And unfortunately, that's the reality. So these other LCs are looking at timeliness, trying to not reduce due process, while also trying to make sure that we are able to move things forward more efficiently, which theoretically should reduce the costs on everybody. It's not just about reducing the costs of the department. It's about also reducing the costs on the applicants. It's about reducing the costs on the folks that are taking actions to participate in the public interest. So it's all of that. It's about other water users that are participating in that. Reducing the cost as a whole and the time as a whole reduces it for everybody in those processes.
Thank you. Kimberly Priestley, please.
Chair Quims, members of the commission, thank you for this opportunity to comment. My name is Kimberly Priestley and I'm here representing Water Watch of Oregon. First of all, I really want to thank Raquel for an excellent presentation. Oh, sorry, can you not, is that better? I am going to take this opportunity to segue a little bit into the discussion yesterday. I think it around the in-stream water rights, around the integrated water resources strategy update. I think the conversation today really highlights the importance of getting that document right. Specifically, I wanted to just point to one quick example that came up tied to Commissioner Newman's question to Representative Owens about one of the items in his water package. I think as you have seen in our written comments and you heard yesterday, we do have concerns about the new format's elevation of planning to sort of a new level than we have seen in the past. Also in our written comments in numerous spots, we have pointed out where there are word changes around planning that do cause concerns. One of the reasons the reason we are so cautious about elevating planning is that since the 2012, actually since before the 2012 draft, we have seen in sort of an increasing interest by some, including some counties, to use the planning process to undermine state authority to manage water. and to somehow, in certain ways, exert sort of local control over state management of water. Today, when Representative Owens was discussing made a nod to the basin assessments, Commissioner Newman asked, these are separate from basin plans and place-based plans, to which Representative Owens responded, correct. However, there's a nexus. And then what he stated, and rest assured, he will hear all this, so I'm not saying all this behind his back. But then his response was, I don't believe that basin plans should be regulatory in nature. So the basin assessments and place-based planning will change basin plans so communities can better manage their water. That's what I heard. And so I just want to use that as an example to sort of, again, make the point that what we do in the integrated water resources strategy is critically important to all kinds of discussions, including legislative discussions. And so, changing the format, changing the words could lead to instances that I think would be, could open doors to undermine state management authority, such as basin planning, which, from our perspective, the regulatory nature of basin plans is actually really useful. It's used in water allocation decisions and other instances. So anyway, just want to segue that discussion into the discussion late yesterday to sort of, again, reiterate that we just need to be very careful on wording and placement of initiatives in that document. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for Kimberly? Okay.
No questions. I just, not to belabor the issue, no, I'm sorry, Kimberly, I don't have a question. I just wanted to ask a question of our group and in the department. When we're talking about online payments, are other departments able to take online payments? We one of the only ones that cannot, or yet?
Chair Quims, commissioners, I know that there are other agencies that do have online permit or online payments. So for example, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, I know this because I'm a user of their system, right? So go online, you can get your aquatic invasive species permit. I'll give a plug for my sister agency. And so I know that they do have that capacity, right? And what I suspect, although we haven't done a formal survey, is that it probably depends on the agency, and it also probably depends on the service, right? So it could be that not all things you can do online, which is kind of how we are, right? We have it set up for some programs, but not for water rights at this time. The water rights, going back to the question that our commissioner asked about the fee schedule, and I'm like, well, it's kind of complicated. You actually have to do, because if you look at the fee schedule, you have to look at the specific water right application, right? And then how many points of diversion are you looking at there? How much volume? It's been a while since I've looked at it, so I might be a little off on it, but it has those kinds of details in it that are a bit more complicated than just saying, I want my aquatic invasive species permit, and all of those are the same cost.
All right.
Right. So there's some there's
a lot more review,
complications to that when you look at the water rights program that is not the same. The well program, a start card is a start card is a start card, right? The fee is the same. So that's some of the challenges that I think when we start to talk about the complexity of it, why are water right applications not electronic yet? There's a lot of pieces there that we need to put in place.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. We'll break until about, how about we reconvene at 5 till 11? Let's go ahead and get started again, and we'll go to agenda item F, the director's report. Director Gall, please.
Chair Quimps, members of the commission. Great to be here with you, and certainly enjoyed our time yesterday at the meeting and this morning as well. I appreciate everything you all are doing for the department and for the state of Oregon here. I think, as you can see, this work is incredibly important, and your time is very much appreciated there. The written copy, staff report for the director's report, I think largely speaks for itself. I'm going to go through a number of topics, some of which will supplement some of the information in that as well, but just try and hit some highlights that I think you'd find of interest here. To start out with, I'd like to touch on a couple of staffing updates. I think, as you may recall, one of my older positions was the division administrator for our field services division. So that covers our largest division, our field staff that are scattered across the state. We're excited to have Kim Fritz Ogren as the new division administrator. She promoted into that position from her planning, collaboration, and investment management position there starting December 1st. She's bringing a tremendous number of great skills to the table to help that division continue to grow, modernize, and adapt to Oregon's water management needs there. Also excited to have hired Amit Das. He's our new Chief Information Officer. Raquel mentioned that position earlier in her talk. He started with us about a month and a half, 2 months ago, brings some great experience to the agency and is going to help us modernize our IT systems within the department. He and I are going to be working closely together on an IT governance process for the agency. This is going to help us focus, prioritize our resources on key projects in a much more systematic way. That work will be, we've been laying the groundwork for it, but largely start early next year there as well. I'm also going to point out that Dwight French, who is the division administrator for our Water Rights Services division, will be retiring in March. And so I'm going to ask Dwight to come up to the table real quick, touch on his experience.
Thank you. So first, I just want to let everybody know that I'm not it's all good. Leadership at WRD has been, awesome. Really my whole career, but especially the last 10 years or so, I just really enjoyed working at the Water Resource Department, continue to do so. It's just my time. I first started thinking about retirement seriously about 15 years ago. And not because I was having a bad day, but because I was refinancing the house. I refinanced it for 15 years, and I thought, wouldn't it be great to retire when I'm 58? I'll have over 30 years in with the department. And my house we paid off. And so my wife and I started making plans, and we've just kept, working on those plans, and and it's coming to fruition. But I quickly wanted to just highlight a couple highlights of my career. One of the first things I was an assistant water master for about 6 to 8 months, early on. That's how I got started. I was in Hillsborough first. I made $9.12 an hour. Washington County assistant. And then I came back after I finished school in Western Oregon with a business degree and got hired as a temporary assistant in Salem. And after the summer, they kept me on because they needed some help on the Klamath adjudication, of course, and I had no idea what that was about. But I had a really good mentor named Don Nauer, who had been working on the Klamath adjudication mapping for several years. And he really, I really learned a lot about the department and the adjudication process. You know, and I remember him telling me that the adjudication was not going to be done in his career or my career. And he said, in fact, it's not even going to be done in my life. So Don is 80 now. He's still alive. But everything that he taught me has come to fruition. So anyway, another highlight was all the different water right backlog reduction projects. The first one being early in my management career, a year into being a manager, it's 28, and a year after I became manager, I had 50 people. And it was amazing. Governor Kitzhaber came over 2 times to talk to us about and get an update from us. And it was just awesome. And there's been other projects that we've worked on for the time, you know, over the time. But when I started as the water rate manager in 1994, when I got into management, the water right application backlog was just over 6,000 applications. And now, you know, we're still concerned about the backlog because it's just under 800. And it's not where we want it to be, but just in scale, you have to kind of think about it in those terms. I remember when our certificate backlog was it was also over 6,000 when we finally got it into a way so that we could count it and keep track of it. Because at first it was so big, it was over 6,000, and now it's, you know, it kind of bounces up and over 1,000 every month lately. You know, we finally got it under 1,000, but that much claims coming in over 1,000. So just in scale, but really the great thing about the department has really been all the folks that I've worked with, whether I've managed or you know, all the directors I've worked for and deputy directors. It's just been a fantastic experience. So I'm really fortunate, been a great career. I'm really excited about all the legislative ideas that are being written up in legislative concepts. And, you know, I have just a slight regret that I'm not going to be able to help implement all those changes, because that's a really fun thing after a legislative session, to implement the changes and try to manage them and make that work. But, you know, I'm leaving behind a really good group. In fact, just this morning, I sent out invitations for interviews for my replacement. I'm not the decision maker. I'm just helping facilitate my hiring of my replacement. So we're hard work. Hopefully we're going to have a couple of weeks of overlap between my departure and just to clarify, my last day is Friday, February 28th.
Details.
Hers says no, it's March 1st. That's when you're retired. Because that's when they start, they're on the hook then to make your retirement payments. But your last day with the department is usually the last day of the month. And it just happens to be on Friday, so that's
Thank you.
yeah, you bet.
Well, I want to, Dwight, if you could, I want to thank you, Director, for making time for this, to acknowledge Dwight's service. We really appreciate, 30 years of dedication to the resource, the state, your colleagues. Thank you very much. Curious if you have any really special plans for what you're going to do in retirement. I know other commissioners will want to say things, so.
Well, my whole time, by the way, from beginning to end is 35 years, almost to the dot. Just a little over 30 years in the end. But yeah, my wife will be not far behind me. She hasn't made an official announcement. She's an official. So my first two things is to remodel the front yard. I'm also on the hook to make dinners every night. My wife is working. But then we do have 3 trips planned. One to the East Coast to see some relatives, and Kathleen's always wanted to see the changing of the colors of New England. So we're going to do that next fall. And then we're planning a couple of trips to Spain, France, and Italy. We're going to do one longboat cruise. Kathleen has some extended family that live in Spain that she has visited once and wants to go back with me because I haven't been to Spain. And we don't have definite plans yet because we're trying to work some of that out to go with some friends. But we've got a lot of plans. We've got to start slotting all that stuff in. Yeah, and I'm gonna have a golf club in my hand every day. I can't stand that anymore. I run a lot, but I don't cross train enough. So I'm getting stiff.
I was going to say that.
I've really got, I've got stuff I need to work on. So I'm looking forward to, kind of rounding out my exercise routine.
I know some other commissioners want to say things, Commissioner Lee, and we've been asked to remember to use our microphones. And I know it's better for the people online, and also when we have maintenance going on in the yard, it's hard to hear. So please use your microphones.
Well, I really want to thank you for your service. I know I've worked off and on with you over the years since 1990. It's aging myself to admit that, but I really appreciated the work that you did with Gail Achterman and myself when we did the legislation to try to change the backlog by streamlining the process.
Senate Bill 674.
Yeah.
Those meetings.
You have a better memory than I do. So appreciate your retirement and your trips, and we'll catch up with you sometime.
Yeah, thank you, Jan.
Commissioner Newman.
I want to say thank you. Also, I guess I go back almost that far. I think we first met when you were working with Martha Pagel at the department. So yeah, I associate you with that whole era, and I appreciate all your years of service.
Yeah, thank you.
Dwight, thank you so much for all of your service. You've always been easy to talk to, really able to break down concepts for us to understand. Just appreciate all that you've done for the department. And we're going to miss you, but we're happy for you too, that you get to retire and do all those things. So, but again, congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Dwight. It's been fun knowing you and knowing the work that you do, and enjoy that retirement. That first Monday that you don't have to get up and go to the office is absolutely wonderful. Enjoy that cup of coffee.
I enjoyed all the dinners we've had together the past few years at, meetings like this. So thank you.
Enjoy that day before you start on the yard.
Take a couple days off.
In my short tenure, we've had a few conversations and I've appreciated them, but I just wanted to, warn you to not let the golf clubs get the better of you.
Okay. With permission to stand and encouragement for everyone to stand. Uh-oh. Nothing more than a standing ovation.
Nice to work with all of you.
Thank you, Dwight, and thank you, Chair Quimps. I'll continue us kind of through the rest of the director's report and see if I can make up a little bit of time here. Wanted to share that I was able to attend October 5th down in Wairika, the celebration for the Klamath Dam removal. It was very special. Many hundreds of people attended it. It was a great afternoon. Really put into perspective the many decades of work that many tribes had focused on this as a key issue and were able to bring it to a successful completion. Building on that, I've been fortunate to be able to spend time visiting 2 tribes so far. We started with the Klamath tribes. So Director Debbie Colbert with ODFW and Director Sarah O'Brien with the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. We visited the Klamath tribes on October 18th. We were down in the basin for a couple of days. And on October 17th, we were present at ODFW offices there in the basin when their fish biologists came in with the news that they had seen the spawning Chinook in Spencer Creek already. So it was really just a testament to how ready these fish are to move up into new habitat and recolonize an area that they hadn't been in over 100 years. So pretty powerful. We met with the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs on October 29th, and pleased to say that we're heading out to Pendleton next week to meet with Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. So we'll be out in Eric's neighborhood. They've got tours planned for us in the Walla Walla Subbasin and meetings then with tribal board of trustees there. So the directors and I are excited to get out there and spend some time learning about what matters for CTUIR and how we can be of assistance there. Touch briefly, Wednesday this week, I presented an update to the House Committee on Agriculture, Land Use, and Natural Resources and Water. So this is Rep. Helm and Rep. Owens are the 2 co-chairs of that. This was to present progress that the departments made related to investments in our agency between 2021 and 2024. That continued partnership between the governor's office, the legislature, our water partners around the state and the department has already been helpful in modernizing our agency so we can continue to help Oregon with our water challenges. It was a great opportunity to reflect on the magnitude of the investments that have been made, the progress that we've made, and all the work and improvements that our staff have accomplished over the last few years. Jumping to the Harney Basin, Tim's presentation from this morning, I did want to just kind of do a slight note here that we're going to need to check. Rep. Owens had mentioned a 17% accuracy rate, I believe, on some of the open ET estimates there. I just want to confirm with Jordan Beamer that we have that correct. So we'll make sure we get that information out to you there. Doug and I intend to go to the next Rural Advisory Committee meeting in Burns. That's going to be on January 22nd. Those are hybrid meetings. So if you are interested in observing some or all of those meetings, we'll make sure to get you the link. As you can see, there's a lot of complexity. There's a lot of data and information being presented. And some of you voiced some really good questions this morning about, well, how is the RAC receiving this? What are they concerned about? What are they like? If you do have time to listen into these meetings or this particular one coming up, I think that'll help you understand a little bit better about the flavor of everything that's being discussed in the basin. So again, that's January 22nd. I believe it's going to be from 8 a.m. to 3. We can get you a copy of the agenda and maybe even highlight some of the key topics there that might be of more interest to you there. I'll also note too that some of the listening sessions that Crystal mentioned on the integrated water resources strategy, the agency directors heard loud and clear from commenters that they really want us to exercise the authorities that we have, do the job under the laws that we currently have before us. I fully support that. As part of that work, we're having a focus in the Harney Basin right now of dealing with groundwater rights that have permit conditions associated with them. So over the last, I think, month or so, staff have mailed out about 16 letters to groundwater right holders. These cover more than 16 groundwater rights and encompass, I believe, over 100 irrigation wells that are in production there, where the permit conditions have not been met. These conditions require that water users measure groundwater levels in their wells at least once each year, generally in March of each year, and submit that data to the department. In other cases, we have groundwater decline conditions that we have information on that have been triggered and tripped. Staff are going to continue working with those folks over the next few months to either get them into compliance and make sure they're submitting the data, or the ones that have tripped those conditions will be regulated off and will be unable to use water in the upcoming season there. And that's really all I had for you. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Questions from the commission?
Say that I appreciate the handout that you put together, the spreadsheet on our active litigation. Summarizes it nicely. We don't have to talk necessarily about each one, but it just gives us the information. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions? If not, we'll move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Quims, members of the commission. It's great speaking with you today.
Okay, still morning. Good morning, Chair Quimps and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Justin Iverson. I manage the groundwater section here at the department, and I'm here to go through our annual commission appointments to the Groundwater Advisory Committee. That's agenda item G. As a reminder, the Groundwater Advisory Committee is a 9-member committee. Appointees serve 3-year terms, and we have traditionally held them to a 2-term limit. We endeavor to get members on that 9-member committee that represent various interests, expertise, and regions. And one statutory requirement is that 3 members of the committee need to be active in the well drilling industry. So we certainly hew to that. And sorry, one second. And with the remaining 6, try and distribute those as much as possible. Okay. Responsibilities of the Groundwater Advisory Committee are to provide advice to the commission on 3 set items. So first of all, any rules related to groundwater that come before you, on the licensing and examination of well drillers. And finally, they have mandate to review expenditures of the Start Card Fund. The licensing and examination generally happens through the well construction and compliance section. And Chris Bird also works closely with me with the GWAC committee. Review of the expenditures generally happens not generally, always happens in coordination with the Administrative Services Division and Lisa Snyder's shop. I'll say that just as an example, we worked closely with the committee on the groundwater allocation rules that the commission passed last meeting in September. And their advice was taken into account in the rulemaking and also put prominently in the commission report. So that was how that process took place. So we have 3 folks expiring as we do every year. And unfortunately, we had 1 resignation due to family health issues. So these are the 4 folks that either had an expiring term or that resigned. All of them are finishing up their 2nd term. And so none of them were eligible for reapplication. We have a process to solicit new members that's based on a rolling application process. So anybody at any time of year can express interest. When we come to the end of the year, we also try to ensure that we have as full a slate of candidates as possible, and we solicit candidates through our website, through email listservs, through word of mouth. This year, we had 6 applicants, and we reviewed the application materials as well as interviewed the 6 folks that had interest. And through that process, we are nominating the following 4 people for membership in the Groundwater Advisory Committee for a term extending from today, December 13th, 2024 through November 30th of 2027. We've done a pretty good job. We were lucky with the candidate pool. We were able to maintain both the main interest of members on the committee as well as the geographic representation. So we are maintaining a pretty good spread there of input. And so I'm here today with 2 alternatives for you. The first is to appoint Robin Cook, Dave Noble, Stephen Patton, and Eric Schneider to the Groundwater Advisory Committee for terms beginning December 13th, 2024 through November 30th, 2027. Or you can direct us to return at the next meeting with a different slate of candidates. And the director's recommendation is option number 1. So.
Thank you. I have a question before we get to the motion. And I appreciate the work of the past members and the ones that we'll be appointing. And I'm sure it varies from year to year, but do you have an idea about how much time they invest in serving on this on an annual basis?
I have a fair estimate. So we typically have meetings quarterly, and they're timed to coincide with the commission meeting. So we just met last Tuesday, and we typically meet Tuesdays before the commission meetings on Thursday, Friday of the same week. And we do that so that when rules are coming in front of the commission or other items that we want to seek the Groundwater Advisory Committee's advice on, they can be pretty close to fully formed in what the commission is seeing so that they can give input on the same type of thing. The meetings are typically 2 to 3 hours quarterly, and we provide them upfront with agenda and background items. So the time that they spend on their own reviewing those materials, I couldn't say. I imagine it varies, but at a minimum, I'd say at least 12 hours per year in meetings plus travel.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? We have a motion.
I move that we appoint Robin Cook, Dave Noble, Stephen Patton and Eric Schneider to the Groundwater Advisory Committee terms beginning December 12th, 2024 through November 30th, 2027.
Second,
Second.
Point of clarification, you said the 12th. Does it need to be the 13th?
It said 12.
Yeah,
sorry,
that was, this agenda item got shifted in the
Yeah.
commission meeting schedule, yeah. So, if it doesn't matter, I remove my point of clarification.
Good catch, though. Good catch.
Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kahara,
Yes.
Commissioner Smitherman.
Yes.
I vote yes, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before you go, Justin, can I ask, sorry, Chair? Given the timing, prior to the meeting, I'm curious, does the GWAC ever have you ever ask them to do things like, hey, what do you think about the 10-year, 15-year, 30-year recommendations out in Harney, and what the department, do they ever advise on things like that?
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, the committee hears any groundwater related item that comes before the commission. So they received a similar presentation from Jason and Tim about the Harney situation, and we've been communicating with them and getting their input on that ever since we started the 2015 rulemaking. So they've come along with us and with y'all the whole time. We'll also call some specific meetings. So for the groundwater allocation rulemaking, for example, we called some, what I would call off-cycle meetings that happened in between the regularly scheduled quarterly meetings to really dive in with them and make sure that they have the information they need and get their feedback.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move to approval of the Water Commission minutes from Friday, September 13th, 2024. Well, Thursday, September 12th, 2024, and Friday, September 13th, 2024. Any comments or corrections to the minutes? Motion to approve.
I move to approve our minutes from Water Resources Commission minutes from Thursday, September meeting of September 12th and 13th.
Thank you. Second.
I second the motion.
Commissioner Kahara. Okay, Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman.
You should probably abstain since I wasn't here yet.
Good point. Commissioner Kahara,
Yes.
Commissioner Smitherman.
Yes.
Also vote yes. So thank you. Let's see. I know we have at least one public comment at the end of our session today, but we'll go into commissioner comments now. And I'll begin with Commissioner Mall, if you're ready, or if not. Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
Yeah. Well, my main thoughts are still with the groundwater. I'm still pleased and happy that we did some new groundwater allocation rules. Some of the reading and stuff I've been doing off and on that human pumping of groundwater has actually changed the tilt of the Earth's axis. I find that both fascinating and frightening at the same time, that we have that much impact. And I worry that maybe we've done too little too late to help fix that, but I'm glad that we are on the side of having done something to help. On another note, we're getting some decent moisture this year. You know, this is the earliest Mount Bachelor and Hoodoo have opened their ski areas in the last like 10, 20 years. So all the ski bunnies are quite happy. I'm happy that we're getting some decent snowpack, and with fingers crossed, it'll keep going throughout the winter year. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Agreed. May I go next? I'll just echo Commissioner Chiara's comments about the groundwater process, and knowing that was a very large decision and monumental, really, in the direction that we're going for our secure Oregon, water security for Oregon. Also grateful that we have had all this precipitation and snowpack. Southern Oregon also, we have our Mount Ashland that opened early as well. This year, we've seen a bigger start to the year than we've seen in a couple of decades, really. It started to plateau, but we want to just keep hoping that continues in an upward trajectory, so that we have good supplies coming this summer season. I want to thank staff for all their time and effort in putting the meeting together. I know that we had some technical difficulties, but you guys did great making sure that we were able to see the presentation. So thank you. And congratulations to Kim on your promotion, and congratulations again, Dwight, for your retirement. I'm just really proud to be a part of this group, and connected with the department, and happy to serve on the commission with all of you. So thank you.
Commissioner Mall?
Back in, let's see, what is it, December? In November, there was a day and a half gathering in Corvallis under the title Our Willamette, I think. And it was sort of a reboot of what had been a every 2-year gathering between 2012 and 2019-20 of something called Within Our Reach, which was all of the participants in the Willamette River Initiative, which was a multi-party gathering looking at the health of the Willamette, looking to increase the health of the Willamette River, funded by Meyer Memorial Trust. OWEB participated, BPA, but the backbone was really ongoing, significant but relatively moderate funding from Meyer, a couple $1 million a year for projects and capacity building. And so every 2 years you get together and two days of workshops and conversations and things. And the Meyer funding ended in 2019, 2020. There's been an attempt to keep some things going as a looser network that quieted down, but this gathering was together. And it included some presentations, some open discussions, and some poster sessions. And OWRD had a poster session there. There was no participation by the department, or really even talk about water volumes and rights and things in the entire Willamette River Initiative. It was all habitat and people and community access. And both WRD and the Corps of Engineers, which also had been relatively quiet in that 10-year period in this effort, were there. And so it was just really encouraging to see that finally we're having some intersection between, let's say, the water habitat associated world and the water provision world. And I see it reflected in again, the work that the department heads have had, and the production of the buckets and all of that. And it reminds me also of, there's a lot more collaboration and networking going on around the state, I think it's fair to say. And those of us in the Upper Willamette are a part of a network that ascribes to a model, a particular model of how networks work. And one of the biggest fundamental factor for successful networks is trust, and building trust first. And we've talked about that in different settings here. But then the second is that it's mission, not brand. And so there may be a bunch of different organizations involved, a bunch of different state agencies, but when you're most successful, when you're really able to come together and identify what's our collective mission in water, clearly touches all of the agencies and more involved. But I just feel really good about the progress, Director Gall, that we see among the natural resource directors and the governor's office, all that. And I just find it really encouraging in the face of a lot of challenges. And I think one of those challenges is there's a lot of a lot of fright right now about what's going to happen to funding, especially at the federal level over the next 4 years. And then coming full circle back to that Willamette River Initiative, many of the things that we have been implementing now were seeded 8 and 10 years ago. And it was readiness. Boy, if we could ever get to the point where there'd be enough federal funding to do X, Y, and Z, let's make sure that we're ready to do that. And so, yeah, the next 4 years and maybe more are going to lead to some change in what kind of money is available and those sorts of things. But I think that we can't just sort of say, well, we're going to wait then for 4 years. We have to really continue to invest in the systems all the way down to being able to pay with a credit card, so that when those unforeseen boluses of money or whatever resources or the wild curveballs of disaster that we have to deal with, that readiness, we're ready there. And it just feels good. I mean, I feel like we're really moving in a good an honest, good direction in that. So I wanted to applaud your leadership and thank all of the staff for the role that they play in that, because I think it's really critical. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Wolf?
Yeah, I had the opportunity, even before the last commission meeting, I did attend one of the RAC meetings out in the Harney Basin. And just to see how far the progress that they've made on that, I just really want to compliment the department, and it's very impressive where they were just a short number of months ago and where they are now. And having talked to some of the RAC members, and that process has, relative to its difficulty, the tensions to a small degree have de-escalated, maybe to a large degree. And I just really want to compliment the department and reiterate my enthusiasm for the work that we're doing. And it's very complimentary of what's happening here. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to start off by welcoming our new member. Her background in water law will be really helpful to us. So thank you for joining us. I've been attending a number of forums, different conferences and webinars over the past couple months of groups that are looking at legislation, both in climate and water, looking at what kind of concepts might be helpful to our department as well. There are certainly a number of them out there and some very good ones. I know that our legislative session is right around the corner. Earlier this week, I attended the Water Committee and had the opportunity to hear Ivan speak, and he did a great job on our behalf. And there was a handout that was available from that meeting that maybe you might want to share with the commissioners that I thought was great. So that's my comments.
Thank you. And then we'll get the hot take from Commissioner Newman after her first meeting.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Even though my arm is considerably twisted, I'm glad that I gave in. And really excited to work with you all. And I just have to say, I haven't been in state government since like the 90s, but the quality of the staff, the technical know-how, the professionalism, all the presentations we had, I'm just really impressed. So it's very exciting, and I'm happy to be here at this point in time. And I have never heard April Snell agree with Kimberly Priestley until yesterday. And I also have to say about Dwight that one of my favorite Dwight stories was when he told about driving a U-Haul rental truck or some kind of rental truck with the entire record of the Klamath adjudication, paper record of the Klamath adjudication, and the truck broke down, or there was snow and then you had to put chains on it, or, I mean, it was some like panic story about having this valuable record in a truck and being stuck somewhere in a mountain pass. Dwight at the wheel, right. Probably not in his job description. Anyway, so thank you for welcoming me, and I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. I wanted to echo Commissioner Smitherman's remarks. Thank staff for all the logistics for this meeting. I know there were some challenges that weren't the responsibility of staff when we started, and they dealt with them great. All the logistics through dinner and coordination. Also, congratulations to Kim. And I want to warn Dwight that when you get a standing ovation, there's usually an encore. So probably want to avoid that and then enjoy your retirement. Couple thoughts about future meetings. I think we've had some, pretty good geographic distribution across the state recently, and I'm hoping in the next couple, maybe we could do some different locations. Portland, Hood River area, or maybe Walla Walla or Pendleton in June. Keep moving around the state and in our work. Reflecting on the budget, the agenda, the budget and legislative update, the agenda time today was pretty optimistic, and I think that's a topic that, especially when there's emerging concepts, invites a lot of discussion. In the future, we might want to allocate more time for that, and which is great. I think there is a lot to talk about there, and because there are emergent concepts, it invites discussion and input. So that's great. And then on the IWRS, I worked on this relates to welcoming Commissioner Newman. I worked with her on the policy advisory group for the original IWRS, as well as with other people in the room that I enjoyed working with. And, I think there's still merit to the existing what I consider the 4 pillars of it, and then relating the action sheets to those, and having very public facing reporting to making the information and the progress more tractable for the general public. I still think the document itself is the primary audience is the agencies. And I think the way to reach the public is through thoughtful reporting. My sense is right now the board there's probably 2 to 3 different positions on the current status of the IWRS, with half or around half maybe liking the new format, and half or so maybe preferring the previous format, somewhere in there. But I just think we have more work to do there and get to a good decision in 2025. So, but thanks for all the great work on the product itself. And if we need to, again, Director Gall offered to maybe do a half-day workshop for us. We need to work on that some more, and we should consider that. That's all I have. We have at least one public commenter, is Christopher Hall from the Water League online. And then I don't think we have any other comments in the room.
Good morning, Chair Quamps, Vice Chair Smitherman, Commissioners, and OWRD staff. My name is Christopher Hall, Executive Director of Water League. And I just have some thoughts as we close out 2024 and we begin to approach 2025. Water League acknowledges that too much water use harms the public health and the ecosystems. Water use must be in the public interest of the present and the future, not just in the sole interest of the water right holder. At the very least, the water use cannot cause unreasonable harm to the public and the public health, safety, and welfare. The conventional wisdom that encourages elected and appointed officials to seek policy input from the largest water users has been shown to be an abject failure over the past century, and that's a failure of governance due to the conflict of interest that prefers the interest of water users over the greater public interest. Every perceived beneficial use of water therein necessarily has an equal and opposite negative impact in place and time, including the future, whereby the public and the ecosystem pay the costs of the expenses that are externalized onto them. There must be a better balance between the benefits and the harms, as one would manage, say, a balance sheet with assets and liabilities. Many claims of beneficial use do not acknowledge the consequent harms related to those water uses. Oregon has only ever required claims of beneficial use at the very start of the water rights certificate's issuance when they are perfected. Water uses authorized by tens of thousands of water rights certificates go unaudited for decades. The state has never instituted periodic reviews of water rights certificates to determine whether the water uses they authorize are indeed beneficial uses that by definition would not unreasonably harm the public health, safety, and welfare. The disjunction between the special interests among the minority who hold water rights and the greater public interest may result in the unequal protection of the public under the laws of the state due to three connected factors. And the third factor is where the linchpin is. First, water right holders influence water laws, most of which pertain to water right holders only. Two, their political influence results in water laws that benefit them. But three, this is the point here, too often these specialty laws unreasonably harm the greater public. It is precisely because the beneficiaries of the laws also engineer those laws, and by doing so harm the greater public, that unequal protection under the laws of the state likely occurs. The entire purpose of all equal protection clauses is to prevent laws from privileging or protecting special interests in ways that all other members of the public cannot enjoy. That there would also be the case where these inequitable laws would also inflict harm on others is extraordinary. Across Oregon, there are an unknown number of non-beneficial water uses that should not be authorized by water rights certificates. Regions where perennial streams are dewatered every summer and fall have catastrophic negative impacts to the communities, watersheds, flora, and fauna that they support. Aquifers that are excessively drained impact cities, domestic well users, and groundwater-dependent ecosystems' access to that water. And worse, aquifers may experience subsidence that prevents the recharge of those groundwater reservoirs. All of these negative impacts are multiplied and manifest worse for all the entities in the future, which is why the public interest of the future related to the public health, safety, and welfare and the health of the ecosystems matters ever more. As we go forward, improving the governance and management of water, we ask that you keep these concerns in mind. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a very happy and safe holiday season and a great new year in 2025.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate that. Commissioner Lee?
Yes, I don't have a question for Mr. Hall, but I do have one for the director. I think it would be very difficult for us to stop the people working on the IWRS. They put so much into it, and I think it can accommodate all of the different things that people want. But looking at the schedule, I think if we were going to have any more discussion on it, it needs to be fairly quickly in January so that they can proceed with their work.
Chair Quims and members of the commission, Jan, thanks for raising that. You know, my interpretation, I did hear, I guess, maybe some conflicting thoughts or goals from the various commissioners yesterday on the IWRS topic. So we were hoping to step away with some clearer guidance on that. I don't know that we won't get to that today. I will work with Danielle and Crystal and others to see if there's an opportunity to hold some sort of a quick commission meeting that we can get scheduled and would accommodate your schedules as well, just remotely, to see if we can kind of further that discussion. Again, our goal was to get the second draft of this document prepared over the next few weeks and out the door in January for public consumption and public comment. I don't know how that would get impacted by a potential commission reconvening, you know, in the near term there. So we'll give that some thought and share that information with Chair Quims and all of you. to see if we can come up with a plan that will get some clearer feedback, I guess. What I would ask you all to do is to please, give some consideration to the what you've heard over the last couple of days, the comments from the various folks, as well as the written comments within the staff report there, and just your thoughts. The document will never please everybody. It's not intended to. I do agree with Chair Quimps that this document really is intended for the agencies and the agency staff, but we also want it to be very meaningful for the public. And as many of the public commenters mentioned, the document and portions of the document, these placemats and some of the graphics in these have been very useful to work with water partners and legislators over the years to garner resources for the agency and other agencies to do this important work. So again, we'll continue to give some thought to the best steps forward there, but if you can all see if you can gel your thoughts up as individuals, that would certainly help us. Okay.
And if you're able to continue without our comment, we wouldn't need a meeting. It could even be a Zoom meeting if you need something from us. But my understanding in talking with you earlier this week was that the agency directors like the new format.
Chair Quimps, members of the commission, that's correct. They largely do like the new format, and from a practical perspective, as busy as everybody is and the staff limitations, there's a strong interest in wrapping up the document phase of this so we can get to the implementation of it. Once the IWRS is adopted by the Water Resources Commission, and before that, as staff time allows, Crystal and other staff members of the various agencies will be working on the structure for the first 2-year work plan there, so we can have that prepared and ready to go as soon as we can. I'll remind us all that we also have the agency's strategic plan to work on. We're targeting to get that done by mid to late summer 2025. So that'll be part of the workshop if we think we can spare the time on that in March to discuss that strategic plan, because we want to bring in the area focuses of the Water Resources Department from the IWRS into that strategic plan, along with some DEI provisions and focus areas, and work through all of that with you to make sure that we're on the right path and you agree that we've included the correct focus areas for the agency to cover the next 4 or so years.
Thank you. Is there anything else for the good of the order? If not, I want to echo Chris Hall's sentiments and wish everybody safe and happy holidays. Hope you enjoy time with your loved ones, and we are adjourned.